Chapter 540. I'll kill whoever comes. Du Xiaoman looked at the endless crowd in front of her. She stood on the city gate tower with her long and straight legs, as if she was silently enchanting. Red shorts wrapped around her perky buttocks, and an orange-red loose top covered her body. Under her slender neck, her soft breasts were like white jade. They were half covered, and a deep white jade cleavage was faintly discernible. Her white waist was tight and it was easy to grasp. The Medicine King Yi Wuming stood on the city gate tower and looked outside the distorted space of the talisman array. At this moment there was an endless black sea of people. He softly asked Li Shui, who was beside him, "Li Shui, has the news of going to the Chaos Demon Cliff been sent out?" "The news has been sent out long ago. If there are no accidents, the Heavenly Beast Hall at the Chaos Demon Cliff is already on the way." Li Shui pursed her red lips slightly. At this moment, she looked at the endless Dark Alliance army outside the city gate tower. Her delicate face was filled with killing intent, and her bright eyes were filled with worry and seriousness. She said, "The President's whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid that the Chaos Demon Cliff will not be controlled." The Medicine King did not speak. He looked forward. "If the silver-winged demon eagle at the Chaos Demon Cliff doesn't come, I will tear them to pieces in the future." The little tiger's pitch-black cat-like body leaped onto the city gate tower. Its small body was about to pounce, and its eyes were filled with ferocity. Swish, outside the Chaos Demon City, the morning sun shone, but at this moment the sky was dark. The wind and clouds were surging, and the killing intent was monstrous. Under the mighty aura, even the light was swallowed. In the sky, over 100 figures suddenly flew out and floated in the sky. Waves of powerful and vigorous aura filled the sky and suppressed the entire Chaos Demon City. There were over 100 auras, and there were at least a few martial kings among them. That kind of aura was shocking, and it made one's soul tremble uneasily. The remaining close to 100 people were mostly at the Martial Lord realm. The few who had not reached the Martial Lord realm were at the peak of the perfected Pulse Spirit realm. On the city walls of Chaos Demon City, many people could recognize that the 100 strongest experts were all experts from the 4 great powers. They were all elders and protectors of the 4 great powers, and they were all infamous existences in the Dark Forest. This was especially true for the several figures at the front. When some of the World Society members on the city gate tower saw them, their faces were filled with shock and their hearts trembled. The first few people were the leaders of the 4 great forces. The Black Fiend Sects Master Shui Tianqiu, the Twin Hatred Sects Master Hen Tian and Hen Di brothers, the Thousand Clouds Pavilion's Master Wan Sampang, the Mu Family Fort's Master Mu Mingqing, and the rumored kings of the Dark Forest were all present. Massacre Chaos Demon City. The million-strong army of the Dark Coalition roared as their auras surged and filled the air. In the sky above the army, a group of experts' sharp auras spread. A tall and skinny old man in his 70s stepped into the air and looked at the city gate tower. His eyes were gloomy and cold, and there was a hint of mockery in his voice. He laughed loudly and coldly shouted, "Yi Wuming, surrender. As long as you join the Dark Coalition, I can make you the #1 elder. Otherwise, I will raze your bullshit world society to the ground and leave no one alive." "Hermit Wuzhen, I let you off back then and spared your life. I didn't expect you to dare to come and offend the world society today. You can survive a disaster from the heavens, but you can't survive a disaster from your own doing. You will regret it." The King of Medicine replied loudly, his voice echoing throughout Chaos Demon City. "Dr. Wuming, I gave you face, but you don't want it. When you fall into my hands, you'll regret it." Hearing this, Hermit Wuzhen's face turned green and red. He was extremely gloomy. Then, he said to Shui Tianqiu, "Alliance Master Shui, let's raze Chaos Demon City to the ground." Shui Tianqiu's face darkened. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Hermit Wuzhen's bossy attitude. He was the leader of the Dark Alliance. However, Xue Tianqiu couldn't show it. After hearing this, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, listen up. Wash the world society in blood and raze Chaos Demon City to the ground." In the sky, among the several figures at the front, there was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He wasn't tall, but he was astonishingly fat. His head was about the size of two people's heads. His face was so fat that his eyes seemed to be constantly squinting. He was the pavilion master of the Myriad Cloud Pavilion, Wan Sanpang. Wan Sanpang looked at Chaos Demon City in the sky. His squinting eyes flickered. Not far from him were two old men in their 70s. They were both thin and had long hair that reached their shoulders. However, one of them was wearing a blue robe, while the other was wearing a yellow robe. The two of them looked extremely similar, as if they were twins. There was probably no one in the dark forest who didn't know these two. They were the twin hatred sects, Hateful Heaven and Hateful Earth brothers. The two of them were experts who had been famous in the dark forest for a long time. Their methods were vicious and cruel, and countless people didn't dare to provoke them. At this moment, Hateful Heaven and Hateful Earth were looking at Chaos Demon City. Their eyes were cold, and their auras were shocking. They seemed to have the power to distort space. Beside Hateful Heaven and Hateful Earth, a burly man in his 40s stood in the air. He wasn't handsome, but he had a heroic aura. His eyes were bright, and he had a dignified aura. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Wash the world society in blood and raze Chaos Demon City to the ground. As Xue Tianqiu's voice fell, in an instant, countless fierce shouts rose and fell one after another. The fluctuations continued to resound like thunder, echoing for a long time, shaking one's soul. Rumble, murderous intent surged into the sky. Densely packed figures began to step into Chaos Demon City. Terrifying auras gathered and suppressed Chaos Demon City, causing the huge talisman array outside Chaos Demon City to fluctuate endlessly. In Chaos Demon City, hearing the earth-shaking shouts and the tens of thousands of disciples of the World Society standing behind the city walls, some people's hearts trembled and some were nervous. Facing the arrival of the alliance of the four great forces, everyone probably knew the result. The elites of the four great forces had come. If they didn't have help, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. At this moment, countless residents surged out of Chaos Demon City. They all stood in the streets and alleys, looking up at the auras that blotted out the sky in front of them. Their eyes were also nervous. After the World Society entered Chaos Demon City, the order in Chaos Demon City was much better. As long as they were residents of Chaos Demon City, they would be able to obtain a peaceful place to live in Chaos Demon City. Therefore, at this time, no one was willing to see the World Society destroyed by the Dark Alliance. If the World Society was destroyed and they hinted at a bloodbath in Chaos Demon City, they would also suffer a great calamity, and there would be no peace. Kill! Shouts of killing soared into the sky. Outside the city walls, there was a sea of people. The densely packed army of 1,000,000 advanced together, erupting with shocking sounds. Bang! 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 As the earth shook and the mountains shook, the people of the Dark Alliance made their move. Numerous energy attacks shot out and began to attack the huge talisman array. Rumble, the talisman array shook and distorted, but it didn't break for the time being. Let's do it. There seem to be two women in front. They are not bad. In the sky, an old man in his 60s with an extremely sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks looked at the two graceful figures on the city wall. His eyes were filled with a perverted smile. The faintly discernible curves were enough to ignite the lust in his heart. One of them is from Tianwu Academy. She's not bad. The other one should be a newcomer. Hermit Wu Zhen said to the old man with the sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks. That one is indeed not bad. I'm afraid you won't be able to find many like her in the entire dark forest. The old man with the sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks said to Hermit Wu Zhen with a sinister smile, quickly break the array. The sooner we finish off the World Society, the sooner I can enjoy her." Hearing this, Hermit Wu Zhen nodded slightly. He raised his head and looked at the huge talisman array on the city wall. His figure traversed through space, leaving behind afterimages. When his figure stabilized, he was already outside the city wall. Looking at the huge talisman array on the city wall, Hermit Wu Zhen sneered. He said to Medicine King Wuming, "I personally set up this talisman array. You actually used it to stop me. It seems like the World Society is really weak." As his mocking words fell, Hermit Wu Zhen formed a hand seal. Energy rippled and runes spread out. Mysterious runes surged out and connected with the surrounding space, connecting with the huge talisman array. Rumble! The huge talisman array that distorted space suddenly trembled. Then, under the trembling gazes of many people in Chaos Demon City, the huge talisman array turned into array flags. Then, the huge talisman array began to dissipate amidst a vast and mighty aura. Not good. The talisman array has been broken. The Heavenly Beast Hall at Chaos Demon Cliff hasn't arrived yet. Li Shui bit her red lips. She clenched the longsword in her hand tightly, and her aura was sharp. The talisman array dissipated, and the array flags revolved around Hermit Wu Zhen. His aura was shocking. A 6-star mysterious realm talisman master and a talisman master at that. In the entire Dark Forest, he was second to none. The Medicine King, Dr. Wuming, stared at the city tower. At this moment, Hermit Wu Zhen was extremely proud and arrogant. He shouted coldly, "Dr. Wuming, seeing that you once saved me, I will give you one last chance. Submit to the Dark Alliance. Otherwise, I will wash the World Society with blood and raze Chaos Demon City to the ground." No need to talk nonsense. You, Hermit Wu Zhen, don't have the ability to massacre the World Society. The Medicine King stamped his feet with mystic chi, and his figure instantly flew into the sky above the city wall. A vast aura rippled through heaven and earth. Disciples of the World Society, listen up. Before a powerful enemy, we have no choice but to kill. Our World Society's reinforcements will arrive soon. By then, they will be able to annihilate the invaders. The Medicine King's voice reverberated in the sky above Chaos Demon City, landing in the ears of every World Society disciple. "Kiki, what kind of reinforcements does your World Society have? That brat Du Xiaofu is dead, and Tianwu Academy has been destroyed. They can't even withstand a single blow." Hermit Wu Zhen sneered. How could a small World Society have reinforcements? They were just putting on a show. Who said that the World Society doesn't have reinforcements? The World Society of the Lonling Manor is here. Whoever dares to touch the World Society will be killed without mercy. In the distant sky, demonic beast mounts flapped their wings and roared loudly. Rumble! The ground below shook as a large group of demonic horses galloped over. There were quite a number of them, more than 10,000 of them. Chapter 541. A burly young man on top of a flying beast in the lead shouted. His broad chest muscles bulged slightly. Although his cultivation was not too high, his aura was extremely sharp. His talent was not weak. Beside this burly young man was a very fat young man. However, he was very good-looking. His fat face was handsome and he always had a smile on his face. He looked like a smiling Buddha. Beside this fat young man was another young man. However, this young man exuded a completely different cold aura. A few strands of hair covered his eyes. His aura was cold. He had long black hair with distinct layers. He had a high nose bridge and his thin lips were proud. He was wearing a golden robe and looked aloof. This young man's aura was similar to Yi Piaoling's. However, Yi Piaoling's figure was more slender. This golden-robed young man's aura was cold. It made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. However, Yi Piaoling's aura made people shiver. It was as if they were in hell. These 3 young men were the Lonling 4 young masters. They were He Jun, Meng Likai and Han Xan. The three of them had joined the World Society. There was no doubt that Du Xiaofu's foresight was sharp and accurate. With the addition of these three people, their intelligence, means, and background, the World Society had become the #1 force in Lanling Prefecture City in a short period of time. They had almost controlled the entire Lanling Prefecture City. A few days ago, after receiving Du Yunlong's message, Han Xian, He Jun, Meng Likai and the others quickly gathered the elites of the World Society and came to the Chaos Demon City to provide support. Beside the three young men, there was a girl. She looked to be in her early 20s. She stood there quietly. Her body was lithe and soft. Her long black hair was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. It naturally fell to her waist. She was wearing a long dress and her aura was otherworldly. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Looking at her from afar, even Du Xiaoman and Li Shui were slightly inferior. There really are reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. With the arrival of the Lanling Prefecture's World Society's reinforcements, the World Society's disciples in the chaotic demon city saw some hope. Listen up, disciples of the World Society. Behind us is the World Society. It's our home. No matter where you come from and why we came to the Dark Forest, we're all looking for a place to settle down. Facing a powerful enemy who wants to destroy your home, kill your friends and brothers, and take away your loved ones and women. Will you surrender and kneel down, offering your everything with both hands and becoming cowards, or will you rise up and fight and make them pay with blood? Looking at the World Society's reinforcements from Lanling Prefecture City, Du Yunlong stepped out in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7-foot-long battle blade Thousand Kill in his hand blossomed with dazzling rune light. The battle blade let out a long cry like the wind and thunder. A terrifying aura instantly whistled through the cave. The rune light was incomparably sharp. Hearing Du Yunlong's words, the tens of thousands of disciples in the World Society looked at each other. Without a doubt, Du Yunlong's words had stirred up their blood. Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted, "Let's fight! A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Let's fight! A debt of blood must be paid with blood." In the Chaos Demon City, battle cries erupted. One by one, the World Society's disciples gripped their ice blades tightly. Their auras surged, and their eyes turned blood-red as they prepared to fight. You're just a bunch of ants. You want to fight against us? Kill. Shui Tiancho sneered. He didn't care and waved his hand down, killing intent surging in his eyes. Kill. Suddenly, within the Dark Alliance, battle cries soared into the sky. A large group of people surged towards the Chaos Demon City, and one attack after another was launched. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Muffled sounds were like thunder. Vast and mighty waves of attacks swept out. Under the earth-shattering bombardment, the huge and sturdy city tower was on the verge of collapse. It didn't last for long before it completely collapsed. Dust drifted in the air and gravel shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, on the city wall, a large group of figures suddenly flew into the air. Their auras erupted and their weapons were unsheathed. Walala, the earth-shattering attacks immediately enveloped the entire Chaos Demon City. Runes filled the sky and battle cries rolled out. A terrifying wave of people continuously surged towards the Chaos Demon City. Bang! 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 The World Society's disciples from the Lanling Mansion, who came to reinforce the Chaos Demon City, had just arrived when they were immediately surrounded by the Dark Alliance's disciples outside. The battle began first, and low muffled sounds of energy could be heard incessantly. Blood for blood. In the Chaos Demon City, the World Society's disciples erupted and charged out with a furious roar. Instantly, the World Society's disciples and the Dark Alliance's army collided fiercely. Battle cries, and the sound of energy colliding resounded in the Chaos Demon City. Lend a helping hand to the World Society. In the streets and alleys of the Chaos Demon City, residents of the Chaos Demon City rushed out to attack. If the World Society was destroyed, their fate could be imagined. The World Society has treated us well. If the World Society is destroyed, we won't have good days either. Help the World Society. As the first Chaos Demon City resident rushed out, a large group of figures in the crowd immediately rushed into the sky to help the World Society. The World Society thanks everyone for your help. After today, the World Society will remember everyone's kindness. Du Xiaoman stepped into the air, looking sexy and enchanting. She held her longsword tightly, and her aura was sharp. The red longsword in her hand drew a sword light, and the sword light instantly rushed out, leaving behind a sword-shaped afterimage in the air. It was as fast as lightning, sweeping towards the Dark Alliance's people in front. Yi Piaoling stepped into the air, and her eyes were piercingly sharp. The serene python in her hand shook like a spiritual python, and a sharp wave of killing aura spread out. Strands of runes flickered out, encircling her body. Kill. A sharp and powerful aura suddenly burst out from Yi Piaoling's body. Instantly, the sword light swept out and swept towards the Dark Alliance's army. A large group of Dark Alliance's disciples were directly killed. Those who offend the World Society, kill! Du Yunlong attacked, and the battle saber in his hand slashed out. The vast and mighty energy spread out like huge waves, and the sound was deafening. Several Dark Alliance's disciples were killed. Roar! The little tiger roared, and its huge and terrifying body was revealed. The ink-black runes were dazzling, and it flapped its wings, sweeping across the sky. Under the terrifying pressure, all the demonic beast mounts in the sky trembled in fear, and fell from the sky. Walala! The little tiger rushed out, flapping its wings, sweeping across a large group of Dark Alliance's disciples. Its tiger claws tore through the sky, and many Dark Alliance's disciples were directly shattered, turning into blood mist. The huge little tiger's ferocious attack made many Dark Alliance's disciples tremble, and the World Society's disciples' morale soared. After Du Xiaoman, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, and the little tiger attacked, Li Shui, Hua Fankong, Xia Wenxing, Bai Qi, Chao Yu, and the others all moved together. Their auras burst out, and they charged towards the Dark Alliance's army. Ah, a great battle was about to break out. Miserable cries rang out, and fierce auras swept across the sky. In a short time, the Chaos Demon City was filled with blood, and it was extremely tragic. Wash the World Society in blood. Xue Tianqiu sneered with a malevolent expression. He could only take revenge for his son's death on the World Society. His baleful aura swept out as he charged towards the Chaos Demon City. I will deal with Xue Tianqiu. Eagle King gritted his teeth. He had yet to recover from his injuries, but his Xian Qi surged as he rushed towards the sky, taking the lead to block Xue Tianqiu. The Medicine King Yi Wuming's eyes trembled. He waved his hand, and many fierce puppets flew out from his Qianquan bag, pouncing towards the Dark Alliance's army. Yi Wuming, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's your turn. Two figures appeared in front of the Medicine King. They were Mountain Man Wuzhen and the monkey-faced old man. Two soul-shaking energies locked onto the Medicine King's body, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. 5 poisons Mountain Man. The Medicine King frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of either 5 poisons Mountain Man or Mountain Man Wuzhen, but now that the two of them had joined forces, and he had yet to recover from his injuries, the situation was extremely bad. Yi Wuming, have a taste of my poison technique. The 5 poisons hermit sneered, and took the initiative to attack. A surge of energy accompanied by poisonous gas gushed out from his body, turning into a massive black fog storm that was several dozen feet in size. It directly enveloped and expanded toward Medicine King Yi Wuming. Facing that monstrous poisonous fog storm, the Medicine King frowned slightly. He was vigilant and didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and a large energy-ruined circle surged out, blocking the poisonous fog storm. Rumble, in a short period of time, the entire Chaos Demon City was filled with a bitter battle. Everywhere was chaos, mournful wails, and muffled energy sounds. There was no doubt that the world society was at a disadvantage. However, in such a chaotic battle, the world society had more than 10 times the number of people. Fortunately, the number of people who could participate in the encirclement was limited, allowing the world society disciples to gain some time. However, the world society disciples were constantly dying, and blood flowed like a river. Roar! In a short period of time, countless pulse soul phantoms appeared everywhere. The world society's strength depended on the pulse soul phantoms. A bitter and bloody battle broke out in the sky. The sky was drenched in blood, and there were people who constantly turned into blood mist. Amidst the chaotic battle, Mu Mingqing looked around at Mu Zhenghao, Lu Linchao, and the rest who had gathered behind him. He gritted his teeth, nodded, and suddenly shouted, "Disciples of the Mu clan fort, listen up! The Mu clan fort will withdraw from the Dark Coalition and assist the world society." As his roar fell, Mu Mingqing's mighty aura swept out. Mu Zhenghao, Lu Linchao, and the rest of the Mu clan fort's powerhouses were prepared. They immediately changed sides and attacked the people from the other 3 forces. The Mu clan fort is our ally. We really have an ally helping us. Kill. The Mu clan fort's sudden change of sides made the world society disciples excited. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. 2 night watches in a row. I weekly call out flowers to thank my readers. I'll continue writing. Alright. Chapter 542. Even King of Medicine Yi Wuming, Eagle King, Gong Dao, Chao Yu, Hua Fankong, Du Yunlong, and Yi Piaoling were surprised. They did not expect the Mu clan fort, which had never interacted with them, to suddenly change sides and help the world society. However, the Mu clan fort's sudden change of sides confused Xue Tianqiu, Hateful Heaven, and Third Fatty Wan. This was especially so for Xue Tianqiu. He shouted angrily at Mu Mingqing, "Mu Mingqing, do you want to die? You're poisoned. Without the antidote from 5 poisons hermit, you're dead meat." "Xue Tianqiu, what's there to be afraid of? Unfortunately, you invited the wolf into the house. The leader of the Dark Coalition is just a puppet of Hermit Wuzhen and 5 poisons hermit. I'm afraid that once the world society is destroyed, your position as the leader of the Dark Coalition will fall. Wake up. It's not too late to regret," Mu Mingqing shouted. Bastard, Xue Tianqiu was furious. Mu Mingqing's words had undoubtedly pricked the wound in his heart. Over the past few days, how could Xue Tianqiu not feel that Mountain Man Wuzhen and Mountain Man 5 poisons had stolen the limelight and gradually suppressed him? However, how could he be willing to be used? He planned to secretly deal with Mountain Man Wuzhen and Mountain Man 5 poisons after wiping out the World Society and Chaos Demon Cliff. "Fort Lord Mu, why do you have to do this? You're poisoned. You know the consequences." Third Fatty Wan appeared in front of Mu Mingqing. His narrowed eyes moved slightly, and his aura was extremely powerful. "Pavilion Lord Wan, it's still not too late to turn back. You're poisoned. The World Society has King of Medicine. There might be a way." Mu Mingqing looked at Third Fatty Wan, trying to persuade him to change sides. "Pavilion Lord Wan, hurry up and kill that traitor." In midair, Hermit Wuzhen, who was attacking King of Medicine, broke free and rushed toward Mu Mingqing. Hermit Wuzhen was really afraid that Mu Mingqing would persuade Third Fatty Wan to change sides. If that happened, all their efforts would be wasted. Boom! As Hermit Wuzhen appeared, a vast energy affected the soul and instantly enveloped Mu Mingqing. "Humph!" Mu Mingqing snorted coldly. He waved his hand and sent out a palm strike. Instantly, the collision of their energies caused the air to tremble. Wan Sanpang hesitated for a moment, his narrowed eyes inwardly rippling. Then, he waved his hand and joined Mountain Man Wuzhen in attacking Mu Mingqing. Bang bang bang, the fierce battle continued. However, at this moment, with the Mu Clan Fort's defection, almost hundreds of thousands of Mu Clan Fort's disciples immediately attacked the people around them. This immediately relieved the pressure on the World Society's disciples, and they saw hope. So, in the vast sky, a figure streaked across and appeared outside the Chaos Demon City. It was a young man with a tall and sturdy figure. His blue and white robe fluttered slightly, and he looked handsome. After his gaze swept across the sky, the young man suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying aura erupted, and his figure pounced towards the Dark Coalition's army. Kill! The young man made his move. The long spear in his hand lashed out, and a terrifying aura overflowed from the body of the spear. A bright and domineering spear light gushed out, and a large area of the surrounding ground was turned into dust and swept out in all directions. Wherever the spear light passed, a large number of figures in the Dark Coalition army were turned into pieces. Kill! Ferocious and sharp energy swept out in all directions. The young man's spear light was like lightning, and his aura was like a landslide. The bright yellow spear light covered the sky and earth, and with a sharp sonic boom, it tore through the space like lightning. Its momentum was like thunder, and a Black Fiend sect elder who had just ascended to the Martial Lord realm was killed instantly. The young man was ferocious, and mysterious runes burst out from his body like a ferocious beast. Wherever he passed, the space trembled violently, and blood mist spurted out. No one could stop him. In the World Society, Yi Piaoling, Hua Fankong, Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the others all noticed the mysterious young man. How did he recover his strength? Li Shui and Du Xiaoman, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, also noticed the mysterious young man. Their delicate faces were filled with doubt, but they did not have time to be distracted, and they continued to immerse themselves in the fierce battle. Roar, woo, woo! In the midst of the fierce battle, the thunderous roar of a demonic beast suddenly came from the distant sky, and it was like a muffled thunder. Rumble, the earth shook, the mountains shook, and the forest rose and fell. Waves of terrifying and ferocious aura swept out. In the distant sky, it was as if a destructive storm was approaching. Roar! At this moment, the little tiger's huge tiger body flapped its wings and circled in the air. It was incomparably ferocious, and its roar resounded. It glared at the sky and shouted, "Silver-winged demonic condor, subduing tiger mastiff, blue flame red leopard, the three of you better come over and help me. Otherwise, when the third young master returns, he will definitely teach you a lesson." Silver-winged demonic condor? As the little tiger's voice fell, the hearts of countless people in the Chaos Demon City trembled. Just the words silver-winged demonic condor were enough to make countless people tremble in fear. Even Xue Tianqiu, Hermit Wu Zhen, Hen Tian, Hen Di, and the others turned their gazes to the front when they heard the words silver-winged demonic condor. "Aren't they here now? Why are you so loud?" A faint voice casually fell, and it was calm, but it made people's hearts tremble. When the voice fell, 3 figures had already appeared in the sky. The 3 of them floated in the air, causing the world to tremble for no reason. One of them was a red-clothed, red-faced man in his 40s. His body was robust, and there was a scarlet light dancing in his eyes like flames. The second person looked a little younger, only around 30 years old. His body was imposing, and he seemed to have strong bones and tendons. His eyes shot out cold stars, and he had the aura of a tiger that could shake a lion. The one in front was a white-clothed young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his deep eyes were filled with a domineering and devilish aura. His temperament was noble and complicated, and his entire body emitted a king's aura that could shake the world. He glanced at the tragic battle below, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was a faint evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he raised his head slightly to look at the king's scaled demonic tiger. There was a smile in his eyes, and he seemed to be in awe. However, his tone was naturally indifferent as he said, "Isn't it just one pavilion and one castle? Just kill them all." When his voice fell, the aura of the white-clothed young man suddenly sank, and a chill swept across the sky. Silver-winged demon condor, subduing tiger mastiff, blue flame red leopard, they are the three king demonic beasts of the chaos demon cliff. Following the appearance of these three figures, Xue Tianqiu, Hateful Heaven, Hateful Earth, Wan Sanpang, Wu Jin Mountain Man, and the other experts from the two sects of the pavilion and the castle were all shocked. Aolo, in this short period of time, with the arrival of the silver-winged demon condor and the other two, the sky and earth in the distance trembled, the mountain forest rose and fell, and a dense beast tide suddenly surged out like an earthquake. In the air, a large number of vicious birds flapped their wings and flew over. Waves of air swept out like a gust of wind. The vicious birds hissed and flapped their wings as they circled in the air, like dark clouds covering the sky. Aolo, there were also many pulse spirit realm beasts standing in the air. A huge yellow python was circling in the air. Half of its huge body was still hidden in the clouds high up in the sky, like a huge dragon floating in the air. Its entire body was emitting a cold aura, causing one's heart to tremble for no reason. A single horned demon cow stood tall, like a huge mountain moving horizontally, causing the surrounding space to ripple. A lion stood tall, as huge as a mountain, its aura shocking the heavens. In front of the terrifying beast tide, there were no less than 20 huge beast lords surging out. In the air, the vicious birds flapped their wings, their sharp claws sharp enough to pierce through mountains and split rocks. On the ground, the vicious beasts roared, their fangs terrifying, and their eyes emitted various colored runes. Aolo, the surrounding vicious birds and beasts roared again and again, like thunder that resounded in all directions. The beast tide had arrived. Wherever it passed, the earth and mountains would shake and gravel would shoot out. Rumble! The terrifying beast tide surged and swept over in an instant. There were definitely no less than tens of thousands of them. This was definitely a huge and terrifying lineup that shook one's soul. Seeing it with one's own eyes was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Demonic beasts were much larger than humans. Therefore, although there were only tens of thousands of demonic beasts, when gathered together, they were even larger than the million-strong army of the Dark Alliance. That kind of aura was undoubtedly much more ferocious. The terrifying vicious birds were like dark clouds covering the sky. The roars of the vicious beasts were astonishing, and their auras were terrifying. The cries of the birds and beasts rose and fell one after another, causing one's hair to stand on end. They're here, they're finally here. The upper echelons of the World Faction, the King of Medicine, Eagle King, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Li Shui, Hua Fankong, and the rest, were all overjoyed when they saw the terrifying beast tide approaching. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All beasts, listen up. Help the World Faction and kill all the invaders. Leave no one alive. Up in the sky, the subduing tiger and tyrannical mastiff roared. The sound waves rumbled through the heavens like thunder, accompanied by a terrifying aura that spread across the sky. Iolo, as the subduing tiger and tyrannical mastiff roared, countless beasts roared in response. Rumble! The ground trembled and the mountains shook. The thunderous roars of the beasts could be heard. In the sky and on the ground, the astonishing beast horde directly charged towards the crowd, causing the entire area to seethe with rage. To the demonic beasts, devouring the flesh, blood, profound chi, and spirit of human cultivators was also very beneficial, just like how humans devoured the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. Whoosh! In a short period of time, countless ferocious beasts flapped their wings in the sky. A storm swept across the sky, and runes filled the sky. Many of the Alliance Army's men were directly crushed into a bloody mist. Aoo! On the ground, wherever the demonic beasts passed, the Alliance Army's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and a large number of bodies were trampled into pieces. Swish, a lion opened its mouth, and it could swallow hundreds of people. Miserable cries continued. A huge demonic wolf clawed, and dozens of Alliance Army's men were turned into a bloody mist. Kacha, a huge patterned tiger, opened its ferocious mouth, and in an instant, crushed 6 or 7 Alliance Army's men. Blood dripped, and flesh and blood spilled out. The sight of its sharp fangs made one tremble in fear. Not good, run. Run for your lives. Such a shocking turn of events was simply a nightmare for the armies of the Black Fiend sect, the Twin Hatred sect, and the 10,000 Cloud Pavilion. They all felt a chill run down their spines, and they did not dare to stay for even a moment longer as they hastily fled. The ferocious impact of the demonic beast tide made even the most powerful people not dare to resist. In front of the terrifying demonic beast tide, a 1,000,000-strong army seemed insignificant, not to mention that the Mu clan fort had changed sides. What's going on? Why are the demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff helping the World Society? Under this shocking turn of events, Xue Tianqiu, Hateful Heaven, Hateful Earth, Hermit Wuzhen, and the others were all trembling in fear, and their expressions were extremely ugly. They really did not understand why the terrifying demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff would side with the World Society. The demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff are here to help our World Society. Kill them. The World Society's disciples had been suppressed and killed. They were at an absolute disadvantage, and there were countless casualties. They were covered in wounds, and blood flowed like a river. At this moment, when they saw the terrifying demonic beast tide, they initially thought that the demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff had taken the opportunity to attack the World Society. When they suddenly found out that the terrifying demonic beast tide on the Chaos Demon Cliff was here to help the World Society, the World Society's disciples were shocked, and then they were overjoyed. It was as if they had been injected with a cardiac stimulant, and they immediately exploded with crazy combat power. The Mu Clan Fort's disciples were also shocked at this moment, but they immediately clustered together with the World Society's disciples. The demonic beast tide had no eyes, and it would not separate them. Only by being together with the World Society's disciples could they save their lives. Looking at the terrifying demonic beast tide, the Mu Clan Fort's disciples could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Originally, some people in the Mu Clan Fort were puzzled and dissatisfied with the Fort Master's decision to help the World Society. At this moment, all the Mu Clan Fort's disciples realized that the Fort Master had a well-thought-out plan. Otherwise, it would be too late for regret. Big Chapter, Forceful Pursuit of Flowers. Chapter 543. However, the disciples of the Mu family fort did not know that their Fort Master did not have a card up his sleeve. Instead, he had feelings in his heart and would never go against the World Society. He had already been preparing to switch sides. "Oh my God, run away, save me! Run away quickly! Run, run, there are too many demonic beasts, they are too terrifying." The terrifying beast tide came and the Alliance army panicked. They hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs to run for their lives. They did not have the heart to fight back and were already panicking. They were so scared that cold sweat broke out on their back. Roar, the advancement of the terrifying beast tide was simply destructive to the Alliance army. It was unstoppable. All Martial Marquis realm cultivators, stop the demonic beast. Quick! Xue Tianqiu attacked Eagle King Gong Dao and caused him to vomit blood. His murderous aura filled the sky and he had to temporarily give up on killing Eagle King Gong Dao. His roar reverberated in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, at this time, dozens of Martial Marquis realm cultivators from the 3 forces immediately broke away from the fight with the World Society and the powerhouses from the Mu family fort. Waves of vast energy swept across the sky and pounced toward the terrifying beast tide that shook the heavens and earth. Puny humans. The golden demonic python, the blazing flame mountain splitting bear that had recovered, the armored demonic vulture, and the other beast marquee realm cultivators among the demonic beasts suddenly appeared. Rumble! No less than 20 beast marquee realm demonic beasts rose and fell one after another. Their mountain-like bodies immediately blocked the path of the martial marquee realm experts from the three major factions. Bang bang bang! In an instant, a shocking battle was accompanied by dazzling runes that scattered across the sky. The muffled sound of energy was endless. Other than dealing with Yi Piaoling, Chao Yu, Hua Fankong and the others, the number of martial marquee stage cultivators in the alliance of the three great factions far exceeded the number of beast marquee stage demonic beasts. They were actually able to resist the beast marquee stage demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff in a moment of joint attack. As the experts joined forces to resist the demonic beast experts, the remaining Alliance army gradually stabilized their trembling souls amidst their miserable cries. They joined forces in a panic to block the demonic beast tide. They formed countless joint attack formations and gradually resisted the demonic beast tide with the force of a human wave. Walala! Du Yunlong's 1,000 kill burst out with a sharp killing intent. At this moment Yi Piaoling's serene python shot out countless sword lights. It was unknown when the two had joined forces, but they were blocked by Hentian, who was wearing a blue robe. Pucci! However, even with the two of them working together, it was still difficult for them to resist. After a few moves, they were both sent flying, blood spurting from their mouth. Pucci! In the fierce battle, Du Xiaoman's mouth was dripping with blood, and her whole body was stained with blood. This girl isn't weak, but it's a pity that she's still too young. Die. Hating the heavens, hating the earth, hating the earth. After killing many World Society disciples in the crowd, he mysteriously appeared in front of Du Xiaoman. His aged face revealed a cold smile and murderous intent. A fierce palm print pressed down from his hand, intending to kill Du Xiaoman. The terrifying and sharp palm print seemed to distort space. Even with Du Xiaoman's cultivation and strength, she was unable to resist a king stage expert like Hendi. Don't you dare touch my beauty. Get lost. An indifferent and playful voice with noble demonic intent sounded. A handsome man in white instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaoman. It was the silver-winged demonic condor from the Chaos Demon Cliff. He waved his hand and a fist print collided directly with Hendi's palm print. Bang! With a low dull sound, the space was about to explode. Subsequently, the former's palm print was directly destroyed. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he suddenly crashed down from the sky. Pucci, Hendi's body was already vomiting blood in midair. His eyes were filled with fear. Then, his body directly plunged into the ground with a loud rumble. Hendi's aged face was filled with shock. His body crawled out from the rubble with fear in his eyes. Complete Beast King stage. How did he break through so quickly? The silver-winged demonic condor had actually reached the complete Beast King stage. This made Hendi tremble. Not long ago, he heard that someone had broken through to the Nirvana realm of the Beast King stage. He couldn't fight against the silver-winged demonic condor, who was at the complete Beast King stage. Even if the two brothers joined forces, they were definitely not his match. Many thanks. Du Xiaoman was shocked. Looking at the white-clothed youth in front of her, she had already guessed that this person was the silver-winged demonic condor from the Chaos Demon Cliff, the Beast King of the entire Dark Forest. But now, he had already been subdued by her third brother into the Heavenly Beast Hall. She just didn't expect that the silver-winged demonic condor's human form would be so handsome, and his strength was also so terrifying. No need to thank me. I'm very happy to help you, beauty. The silver-winged demonic condor's face was filled with a smile. If an ordinary girl saw this smile, her heart would be moved. Then quickly go and help the Eagle King. Don't delay, Du Xiaoman said. Her fiery body emitted a sharp chill. She signaled for the silver-winged demonic condor to help the Eagle King Gong Blade. The Eagle King Gong Blade, that had yet to recover from his injuries, was once again heavily injured. The situation was critical. Since the beauty has spoken, there's naturally no problem. The silver-winged demonic condor nodded. His figure suddenly flew out and pounced towards Xue Tianqiu like a ghost. Puny human, die. The scarlet-eyed blue flame-red leopard had already made his move. His figure flashed past, and the Alliance army below exploded. Pung pung pung. The blue flame-red leopard's figure immediately pounced towards the martial Marquis experts that were working together to resist the beast Marquis demonic beast. As he attacked, blood mist poured out. Kill! The subduing tiger and tyrannical mastiff attacked. Their bodies were cold and their auras were terrifying. A large group of people exploded. Pavilion Master Wan, this is your last chance. Leave the Dark Alliance. I will plead with the World Society to protect your Thousand Cloud Pavilion. The poison in your body, with the Medicine King, will have a chance. Mu Mingqing shouted again. During the battle, he could feel that although Third Fatty Wan and Mountain Man Wu Zhen were working together, they did not have any true killing intent. They had been intentionally or unintentionally relaxing. Thus, Mu Mingqing wanted to try persuading Third Fatty Wan. As long as the Thousand Cloud Pavilion changed sides, the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect's plan would fail. The World Society's situation would be settled, and they would be able to topple the Dark Alliance. Mu Mingqing, do you think the 5 poisons Mountain Man's poison is easy to cure? You can't even protect yourself. Do you want to implicate others? Mountain Man Wu Zhen's expression changed. The addition of the terrifying demonic beasts from the chaotic demon cliff had already made him feel uneasy and fearful. If the Thousand Cloud Pavilion also changed sides, the consequences would be unimaginable. Today's plan was supposed to be foolproof, but now everything had gone beyond his plan. It's time to make a choice. Third Fatty Wan's eyes seemed to be constantly squinting. Suddenly, a bright light shot out from his eyes. A vast Xian Qi accompanied by runes swept out like a storm. In the end, it turned into a fat turtle that was dozens of feet long. The runes on the turtle's shell exploded. Its aura was terrifying as it suppressed Mountain Man Wu Zhen. Third Fatty Wan, what are you doing? You will regret it. Mountain Man Wu Zhen's expression changed. This was what he was most afraid of, but it had still happened. Rune energy erupted to resist the fat turtle. The matters of the dark forest are not for outsiders to meddle in. Just control Xue Tianqiu and make him your puppet. I'm afraid the one regretting it now is you. Third Fatty Wan roared. Then, his voice echoed through the sky along with Xian Qi. The Thousand Cloud Pavilion has left the Dark Alliance. All disciples of the Thousand Cloud Pavilion, assist the World Union. As Third Fatty Wan's roar sounded, all the disciples and experts of the Thousand Cloud Pavilion felt as if they had been pardoned. They immediately changed sides and attacked the Twin Hatred sect and Black Fiend sect. Not good, we can't hold on any longer. Run for your lives. The Thousand Cloud Pavilion had once again changed side. The alliance that was barely able to resist the beast tide immediately collapsed. The disciples of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were once again in a nightmare. Bastard, Third Fatty Wan, I won't let you off. Xue Tianqiu was furious. His murderous aura overflowed as his cold roar echoed through the sky. What are you shouting for? Xue Tianqiu, we meet again. Back then, you took something from me. Now, it's time to settle the score. The silver-winged demonic condor's figure appeared beside Xue Tianqiu. On his handsome face, there was a domineering look in his eyes. His gaze was awe-inspiring as a terrifying pressure spread out. It seemed that he already had a deep grudge with Xue Tianqiu. Boom! A claw mark formed in the silver-winged demonic condor's palm. The claw mark spurted out talisman runes. Its aura was like a raging wave that could collapse mountains and split the earth. It directly crushed Xue Tianqiu. Complete Beast King realm. How did you break through so quickly? Xue Tianqiu's expression changed. He knew how terrifying the silver-winged demonic condor was. Back then, when the silver-winged demonic condor was at the peak of the mysterious realm, he was already helpless. He was even heavily injured by the silver-winged demonic condor. However, last time, in a secret area, he still managed to obtain some benefits from the silver-winged demonic condor. However, at this time, the silver-winged demonic condor had reached the complete Beast King realm in a short period of time. How could he still fight back? He could only quickly escape. The tragic battle continued. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and wails were endless. However, at this time there was a sudden change in the battle. With the arrival of the monsters at the Chaos Demon Cliff, the Mu family fort and the 10,000 Clouds pavilion changed sides. At this moment, the World Society had the absolute upper hand. The remaining disciples of the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect were suffering a nightmare, waiting to be slaughtered. Ah, miserable wails! Everywhere, ferocious beasts and birds of prey were crazily charging and killing the crowd. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, and all kinds of roars were deafening. A terrifying large number of monsters were swallowing the disciples of the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect. Blood surged and blood dripped from their fangs. It was a tragic sight. In the vast and tragic battle, a beautiful woman's cultivation was not too high. She was only at the pulse spirit realm. Blood dripped from her mouth. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were like autumn water. It was breathtaking. Chapter 544. Pucci, the Absolute Beauty, was attacked by a black-clothed burly man. His murderous aura engulfed her, and a palm struck her shoulder. Her light and delicate body was instantly sent flying backward. Blood spurted out of her mouth, and she was unable to defend herself. When the Absolute Beauty stabilized her delicate body, her long black hair was messily draped over her waist. Although her entire body was stained with blood and the corners of her mouth were bleeding, she still had an otherworldly temperament. Die. The black-clothed burly man's eyes were bloodshot. Deafening beast roars and miserable wails could be heard around him. His blood-red eyes were filled with fear. He chased after her, and a fist directly smashed towards the Absolute Beauty. Be careful. Not far away, Han Xian, Very Jun, Meng Likai, and Du Yunlong, who was being hatefully attacked, saw this and their expressions changed drastically. They were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. However, they were all in the midst of an intense battle and were unable to rescue her. Chi. Just as everyone's expressions changed drastically from fright, a blurry purple-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of the Absolute Beauty. At this moment, the black-clothed burly man seemed to have suddenly felt something. An inexplicable chill spread out from the depths of his soul, and the profound energy in his body inexplicably stagnated. Then, before the black-clothed burly man could react, a golden claw suddenly landed on his head. Without any warning, without any sound, a tyrannical energy that the black-clothed burly man could not resist poured down. Kacha! The black-clothed burly man could even clearly hear the sound of his skull breaking. Then, his head was directly crushed by the claw. Before he died, he did not even see who killed him. He only knew that it was a purple-robed figure whose aura made him unable to resist. The purple-robed figure that suddenly appeared with a purple broadsword on his back and a little golden macaque on his shoulder threw down the black-clothed burly man's corpse. There was not a trace of blood on his body. Then, the purple-robed youth slightly turned his head. On his resolute face, his sharp gaze recovered a little. His deep and clear eyes looked at the dumbfounded Absolute Beauty behind him. He gently stuffed a pill in his hand into her red lips that were stained with dark red blood. Then, he used his purple robe sleeves to wipe the dark red blood from the corner of his mouth. He softly said, "Step back a little. Leave the rest to me." As his voice fell, the purple-robed youth's figure had already disappeared from the spot like an afterimage, disappearing from the Absolute Beauty's eyes. "It's him, he's here." The beautiful woman slowly came back to her senses. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed. President. Third brother. In the intense battle, Han Xin, He Jun, and Du Yunlong were all stunned. And they were in an instant, they were in the midst. Chi. Just as Du Yunlong was in the midst of his ecstasy, Hentian destroyed Yi Piaoling's serene python sword radiance and sent Yi Piaoling's body flying. At the same time, his figure rushed over and a palm print appeared in front of Du Yunlong like a thunderbolt. Chi. A purple-robed figure appeared in front of Du Yunlong like lightning. He waved his hand and a golden light burst out. His hand was like a palm leaf fan, causing the space to crack. Layers of golden talisman mysterious inscriptions swept out like the wings of a golden-winged roc, violently attacking Henshin's palm print. Chi la la! Henshin's palm print was instantly destroyed. Then, many people were shocked to see Hentian, whose strength was at the peak of the advanced stage of the martial king realm, spit out a large mouthful of blood without any warning. His body was immediately sent flying. His cold eyes were filled with shock and fear. Chi. After sending Henshin's body flying with one hand, the purple-robed figure rushed out. Golden light burst out from his body, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. Then, a pair of rune wings flapped on his back. Majestic light filled the air. He was like a roc flapping its wings and soaring into the 9 heavens. Boom! At this moment, the purple-robed youth was powerful and domineering. He was like a real roc descending. His domineering and terrifying aura filled the sky. He flapped his wings and swept across the sky, suppressing Hentian. He was domineering and sharp, crushing everything in his path. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the purple-robed youth pressed down on Hentian, who was covered in blood and whose eyes were filled with fear. His claw directly grabbed Henshin's throat. An expert who had just reached the peak of the martial king realm was instantly restrained in his hand. Flap, flap, the wings on the purple-robed youth's back suddenly vibrated. Golden light bloomed in the sky and the airflow whistled in the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Roar! The domineering aura descended, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble and roar endlessly. At this moment, in this space, countless figures looked over. Countless shocked gazes landed on the purple-robed youth. He's back. As expected, he's as good as new. It seems that his strength has increased greatly. Eagle King Gong Dao was saved by the silver-winged demonic condor and blocked Xue Tianqiu. He looked at the purple-robed youth who suddenly appeared. After the shock in his eyes, he revealed a look of joy. Third brother is back. Du Xiaoman looked at the purple-robed youth. Her eyes trembled. There was no surprise, only joy. This kid's strength seems to have increased greatly. Medicine King Yi Wuming looked at the people of the 5 Poisons Mountain who were fighting fiercely. His pale face revealed a look of joy. The silver-winged demonic condor, subduing tiger, tyrant mastiff, and blue flame-red leopard looked at the purple-robed youth. Their gazes changed and they immediately went down on one knee. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. In the heavenly beast hall, all the huge demonic beasts of the Beast Lord realm were prostrating. The golden demonic python, iron-armored demonic vulture, and other ferocious beasts were prostrating. Roar! Countless demonic beasts roared and crawled on the ground. The sound waves spread in all directions and the sky changed color. It's the president is back. Who said the president is dead? Our president is back. So the president has already subdued those demonic beast experts. The crowd was stunned. At this moment, it seemed that both sides had temporarily stopped fighting. They looked at the sky in shock. As for the disciples of the World Society, their morale was undoubtedly greatly boosted. They were all boiling with excitement. In the air, Du Xiaofu stood proudly. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Gradually, coldness emerged and killing intent fluctuated. The rune wings on his back exploded with golden light. Carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, he was squeezing the twin hatred sect Master Hen Tian, whose pupils contracted and eyes were filled with shock and fear like an ant. That kid didn't die. When did he subdue the silver-winged demonic condor? How is it possible? How could the silver-winged demonic condor be subdued by that kid? This is impossible. In the air, Xue Tianqiu, Mountain Man Wu Zhen, and the others suddenly became envious and embarrassed. Looking at the purple-robed youth floating in the air, a faint feeling of uneasiness crept into their hearts. Those who offend the world society die. The killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Du Xiaofu's cold voice fell from his mouth. A golden light burst out from the hand that grabbed Hen Tian. Gotcha! Hen Tian, who had dominated the dark forest for half of his life, suddenly heard a cracking sound from his neck. Then, in his unwilling and fearful eyes, his head was crushed by Du Xiaofu. His body fell, blood spurting out. Big brother, Hen Tian, who had just climbed out of the rubble, shouted. His eyes were cold and resentful, but he immediately turned around and fled. He knew that he could not resist at all. Want to escape? It's too late. A ray of azure gold light swept out from Du Xiaofu's hand. A dazzling azure gold rune suddenly bloomed, like the golden feathers of a golden-winged Great Pung. Splendor poured down, turning into an azure gold sword whip, like a dragon soaring into the sky. Chi-la-la, wherever the sword whip passed, a long ravine would appear in the square below. Cracks would appear on the ground one after another, as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect disciples had their bodies torn apart. Whoosh! The azure gold sword whip swept out sharply, agile and charming. It also swept directly at Hen Tian's chest from an incredible angle. Not good. Hen Tian, who had been severely injured by the silver-winged demonic condor, was shocked and quickly dodged. However, the terrifying, agile and charming sword whip was like a ghost, like a dragon circling around, and then swept into Hen Tian's chest. Bang bang bang! On the azure gold sword whip, a terrifying energy burst out, destroying all the possible defenses, and then his body exploded. Whoosh whoosh! Seeing that another king-level expert was killed by Du Xiaofu, whether it was the demon beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff, the disciples of the World Society, or the experts of the Dark Alliance, all of them suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. After killing Hen Tian, Du Xiaofu's figure soared into the sky, looking straight at Xue Tianqiu. His figure was like lightning as he flapped his wings and swept across. Bang bang bang, wherever the figure flapped his wings, a large number of disciples of the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect below could not resist the terrifying pressure under Du Xiaofu's deliberate actions. Their bodies collapsed, and the stronger ones bled from their 7 orifices. Seeing Du Xiaofu flying over, the silver-winged demonic condor automatically moved aside. Feeling the monstrous killing intent and murderous intent on Du Xiaofu's body, even the silver-winged demonic condor felt a chill in its heart. Xue Tianqiu's eyes trembled as he looked at the figure wrapped in golden light approaching. With the silver-winged demonic condor beside him, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. The enmity of his son's death was irreconcilable. Back then, he had obtained a treasure in the secret area, an egg that might have been an ancient species. He had fought with the silver-winged demonic condor and was heavily injured, but in the end, it still fell into the hands of Du Xiaofu. The hatred had been accumulated for a long time, and now he could only fight. If he could capture Du Xiaofu, then there was still a chance for everything to turn around, and victory would still belong to him, Xue Tianqiu. Brat, the enmity of my son's death will be paid with your life. His eyes trembling, Xue Tianqiu was enraged. His killing intent surged and covered the sky, like a dark cloud enveloping the space, and even his figure disappeared within. Walala, then, the surging killing intent condensed into a huge ferocious beast wrapped in killing intent. It looked like a spider, a scorpion, and a python, as if it had crawled out from hell. Its aura was incomparably terrifying, and it could affect the soul and mind. Black Fiend Burning Sky. This is Xue Tianqiu's strongest trump card. Using the fusion of his meridian spirit and killing intent as the price, it is extremely cold and extremely sinister. It is an extremely sinister and evil thing, enough to fight against those above its level. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of him, the Medicine King Yi Wuming's face turned serious. For Xue Tianqiu to be able to move unhindered in the dark forest and faintly become the #1 expert in the dark forest, it was definitely not an undeserved reputation. Woo woo, the ferocious beast's mouth let out a ghostly howl, killing intent surged, and dark clouds rolled, sweeping across the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. It was incomparably terrifying, and directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Ao! A golden stream of light swept out from Du Xiaofu's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, a huge golden ape like a terrifying supreme being was born. The mysterious runes on the runes evolved, giving people a feeling of the beginning of the world, and the beginning of all things. Demons and monsters, all of you disappear for me. The golden ape roared. It was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything. The golden talisman runes that covered the sky around its body erupted, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. A terrifying aura erupted, emitting an aura of extreme yang. It was as if a supreme being had descended, capable of dominating and suppressing everything. Walala! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding terrifying killing intent, under the suppression of the mysterious runes on the golden ape's body, was directly purified and dissipated under the countless shocked gazes in the sky. It had met its nemesis, it was simply unparalleled. Kill! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The great rock flapped its wings and soared to the 9 heavens. The tyrant's shadow in his hand once again turned into a golden sword whip and rushed into the killing intent, destroying everything in its path. Swish, the golden sword whip's final momentum was like lightning, destroying everything as it directly swept into the body of the huge ferocious beast. As the golden sword whip swept in, a golden light erupted, faintly transforming into a golden winged rock's shadow on the ferocious beast's body. The light overflowed, and the majestic light filled the air, suppressing everything. Walala, the huge ferocious beast's eyes were filled with fear and despair, and then its body directly exploded, shattering inch by inch, turning into broken runes. Finally, Xue Tianqiu's figure was revealed. Xue Tianqiu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost, and as his cold killing intent fell, the golden sword whip in his hand spun, and then directly swept into Du Xiaofu's back. Finally, the tyrant's shadow revolved around Du Xiaofu's hand, and golden light poured out. This king has been unhindered for half of my life, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Xue Tianqiu looked at the bloody hole in his chest, and a golden light erupted from his body. Then, his eyes tightly stared at Du Xiaofu with resentment and unwillingness, and then his body exploded into a bloody mist, completely falling in midair. Gu, the Black Fiend sect master, Xue Tianqiu, was also directly beheaded in midair. At this moment, the surrounding people all swallowed their saliva and mouths dry. Another 4,000-word chapter. Little Yu didn't slack off, and continued to fiercely beg for flowers. Little Yu also continued to write. Recently, I've been working hard to update as early as possible. Begging for flowers, begging for love, no matter what, I'm about to set foot on a new map, and walk into the true world of martial gods. Chapter 545. So strong. Wan Sanpeng, who was in the middle of an intense battle, also gasped and shivered. He knew that he had managed to escape with his life today. If he hadn't listened to Mu Mingqing's words and changed sides at the last minute, it was easy to imagine what would have happened to him. He would have ended up like Hateful Heaven, Hateful Earth, and Xue Tianqiu. After killing Xue Tianqiu, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings in the air and looked around. He turned around like lightning and pounced towards the Medicine King. In a short instant, he appeared in front of the pale-faced Medicine King. Chi. The Medicine King stumbled back in the poisonous fog that filled the air. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who had just appeared in front of him, and a slight smile appeared on his pale face. Then, he glanced at the poisonous fog and said to Du Xiaofu, "This guy is called Five Poisons Mountain Man." Wu Zhen Mountain Man called him over. His poison techniques are very powerful and even his soul is poisonous. I'll leave him to you. Be careful. Leave him to me. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and smiled at the Medicine King. Then, he raised his head and slowly looked at the Five Poisons Mountain Man, who was surrounded by poisonous fog. The heart of the Five Poison Mountain member trembled for no reason when he saw Du Xiaofu's gaze. The sharp and intimidating gaze in the purple-robed young man's eyes and the fiendish aura all over his body caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. The gaze on his face twitched slightly. After which, he stared intently at Du Xiaofu with a dark and cold gaze as he said, "You are Du Xiaofu?" Du Xiaofu completely ignored the Five Poisons Hermit's words. He merely glanced at the Five Poisons Hermit indifferently and softly said, "You are merely at the 6-star mysterious realm. I will not let you live today. Brat, you're looking for death. Let your grandpa Poison teach you what poison techniques are." Seeing Du Xiaofu's indifferent expression that did not seem to care about him at all, the Five Poisons Mountain Man was instantly enraged. He waved his hand and countless runes moved. Boom! In an instant, with the Five Poisons Hermit's body as the center, a large amount of highly toxic black profound qi surged out, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. Following which, an ear-piercing humming sound spread out from the black profound qi poison fog in the air. Accompanying this storm-like riot was the whistling of the airflow. Huff huff, then, within the poisonous fog, strange runes flickered. In the end, it turned into a huge demon scorpion. Its entire body was black, and black light spread out. Its smell was so fishy that it made people's souls uncomfortable. With a glance, one could tell that it was terrifyingly toxic. The gigantic demon scorpion had 4 wings, and its body was over 30 meters long. Its tail was sharp and covered with dark runes, and its entire body was overflowing with poisonous gas. As the gigantic demon scorpion condensed, many of the surrounding people's gazes trembled. The monstrous poisonous gas spread out, causing people to continuously retreat, not daring to approach. This was the terror of those who practiced the art of poison. No one was willing to come into contact with such a terrifying poison. Brat, you have some skill. Unfortunately, you are destined to die under your grandpa Five Poisons poison techniques today. The Five Poisons Hermit sneered. When he activated his strongest poison technique, even a martial royal realm cultivator would have to retreat, not daring to go against him. Although the art of poison was difficult to practice, it also required special talent and a price that ordinary people would not be able to pay. However, once the art of poison was practiced, it would cause people to retreat. They would be terror-stricken, and it would be difficult for them to contend against it. Huff huff! As the Five Poisons Hermit sneered, the gigantic poisonous scorpion immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Huff huff huff! The terrifying poisonous fog covered the sky and swept across the land. At that moment, dozens of disciples from the Black Fiend Sect, Twin Hatred Sect, Mu Family Fort, Myriad Clouds Pavilion, and the World Society were among them. Those who were slightly slower to escape came into contact with the spreading poisonous fog. Their bodies immediately swelled up, and blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. Their bodies turned black, and they turned into a black blood fog amidst their miserable cries. The blood fog spilled everywhere, and no one dared to touch it. When it landed on the ground, it corroded the ground, causing bubbles to appear. A large patch of the ground turned black, and from then on, Not a single blade of grass would grow on the ground. Anyone who stepped on it would be corroded by the poisonous fog. The terrifying poison was already so terrifying once it spread out. From this, one could tell how terrifying the 5 Poisons Hermit's poison technique was. The poisonous scorpion that he had condensed was so poisonous that even a martial royal realm cultivator would have to retreat. Be careful! The terrifying poisonous scorpion followed by the poisonous fog enveloped Du Xiaofu. In the distance, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts on tenterhooks. Huff, huff, huff! As everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, the poisonous scorpion followed the poisonous fog and crushed Du Xiaofu. It enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. However, the terrifying poisonous fog was useless against Du Xiaofu. Under the golden glow that surrounded Du Xiaofu, the poisonous fog could not corrode or invade him at all. Boom! However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's runic wings flapped, and his hand slapped towards the poisonous scorpion. In that instant, a terrifying golden glow burst out like the sun. Walala, in a short moment, the huge poisonous scorpion disintegrated inch by inch, finally turning into broken runes. The golden glow spread out, causing the poisonous fog to dissipate as if it had met its nemesis. Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Pill King, Eagle King, and the others were all dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. This bit of poison is nothing to the golden rock. Only the nearby silver-winged demonic condor was full of smiles. He did not find it strange at all. In the primordial era, the true Pung fed on dragons. The primordial era's ferocious beasts were even more so its food. Among them, the true Pung swallowed the venomous beasts without fear. The Hall Master's entire body was covered in the blood of the golden-winged Great Pung. Although he could not compare to the primordial true Pung, it was child's play to deal with the 5 Poisons Mountain's poison. How is this possible, seeing this scene, seeing that the poisonous scorpion he had condensed was easily destroyed, and that his poison technique was unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu? The expression of the 5 Poisons Hermit changed drastically. It was as if his mood had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, and he immediately wanted to quickly escape. However, at this moment, it was too late for the 5 Poisons Hermit to escape. Du Xiaofu's figure had already appeared in front of him like lightning. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as indifferent and cold words came from his mouth. This bit of poison technique is not enough. You have also violated the great taboo of having a weak body. Die. At the same time as his voice sounded, a green-gold sword glow hacked down like lightning. Accompanied by an incomparably overbearing energy, the sword glow was like lightning as it ruthlessly landed on the 5 Poisons Hermit's body. Chi La, as the sword fell, the defense on the 5 Poisons Hermit's body was instantly destroyed like tofu. The terrifying sword glow landed and swept into the 5 Poisons Hermit's body. Immediately, the 5 Poisons Hermit spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. Before he could cry out, his body had already been split into 2, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Gu Gu, seeing the 5 Poisons Hermit's body turn into a bloody mist, the entire place was shocked. Following which, gasps could be heard everywhere. Not good. Run. Seeing the 5 Poisons Hermit killed, the 5 Poisons Hermit's soul trembled and a chill ran down his spine. How would he dare to stay any longer? He immediately flew into the air and fled. The situation was already over, and there was no way for him to counterattack. The 5 Poisons Hermit could only flee or die. Swoosh, swoosh! The 5 Poisons Hermit fled rapidly, wishing that he could be faster. With all his strength, his figure seemed to have turned into a long rainbow. Trying to escape, the silver-winged demonic condor, who had been waiting by the side, raised his sharp gaze and was about to give chase. With his speed, it was impossible for the 5 Poisons Hermit to escape. Silver Condor, there's no need to chase. He won't be able to escape. Du Xiaofu stopped the silver-winged demonic condor as he looked at the space in front of him. There was a familiar aura soaring into the sky. The aura was extremely far away, and if not for the recent increase in his mental energy, he would not have been able to detect it. "It's the Deputy Hall Master." The silver-winged demonic condor looked in the direction the five poisons hermit had fled, and his expression changed drastically. The silver-winged demonic condor immediately sensed the familiar aura. It was a familiar aura that even he had to be wary of. Chi-la-la. In less than 3 breaths' time, while many people were wondering why Du Xiaofu did not chase after Mountain Man Wu Zhen, a ray of light shot down from the sky in front of them like a meteorite. Finally, it smashed into the ruined ground below, which was in a complete mess. Blood flowed like a river, causing the ground to rumble. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Rock fragments shot out and formed a large pit. Ugh! Many pairs of eyes were stunned as they looked over. All of them were shocked to discover that the person who had been ruthlessly slammed into the ground was the five poisons hermit, who had just fled. His eyes had already turned white from shock as he spat out large mouthfuls of fresh blood. Huff huff! Everyone inhaled a breath of cool air. They did not know who had thrown the five poisons hermit back. Looking at his miserable appearance, it was clear that the person who had thrown him, a 6-star mysterious soul symbol master, had to be terrifyingly powerful to be able to turn him into such a miserable state. "If elder brother had not prohibited me from attacking, I would have killed you last time. I never expected that you would still dare to come and seek death." A clear and melodious voice resounded, and the figure of a young girl appeared in midair. Accompanied by a faint green brilliance, her green dress fluttered slightly, and her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, all the way to her soft waist and buttocks. Her legs were long and slender, and her figure was enchanting and graceful. The young lady was extremely beautiful. However, she appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her face, which could cause the downfall of a country, had a youthful look that did not quite match her naturally enchanting and alluring appearance. At this moment, her pure black eyes were filled with a cold and noble aura that caused one to prostrate before her. "Greetings, Deputy Hall Master." The silver-winged demonic eagle, subduing tiger tyrant mastiff and blue flame-red leopard immediately stepped into the air and bowed when they saw the young lady in a green dress. The golden demon python and the other beasts in the distance also prostrated themselves and bowed. Who else could this graceful young lady be other than Du Xiaoqing? Roar! The surrounding beasts roared as they sensed the aura spreading from Du Xiaoqing's body. They respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground. Today's update has been completed. Brothers, please send fresh flowers after you have finished reading. Xiao Yu bowed in thanks. Chapter 546. She seems to have broken through. Du Xiaofu gazed at the alluring girl in front of him. The aura emanating from her body seemed to be much stronger than before. How can she be so strong? And it's the aura of a beast. Mountain Man Wu Zhen crawled out of the rubble in the deep pit and looked at the azure-clothed girl in the sky. He had seen her before at the World Gathering, but he did not know that this girl's cultivation had reached such a level. Compared to the terrifying Du Xiaofu, she seemed even more terrifying. Only now did Hermit Wu Zhen understand that Du Xiaofu had let him go last time because he thought that Du Xiaofu was wary of him being a 6-star mysterious spirit talisman master. Even the Medicine King might not be able to keep him here, so he had to let him go. But now, he understood that if the girl in green had made a move last time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Chi! Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down like a great ping soaring through the sky. A vast pressure descended and suppressed Hermit Wu Zhen, who had been beaten into a miserable state by Du Xiaoqing. He directly restrained Hermit Wu Zhen in his hand before flapping his wings and rising into the sky again. Mountain Man Wu Zhen struggled with all his might but to no avail. The vast and mighty suppressive force was incomparably overbearing, and it was not something he could contend against. Only at this moment did he truly realize just how powerful the purple-robed young man before him was. Everyone watched as the last King Realm expert, Hermit Wuzhen, was captured alive. Everyone looked up at the sky. The entire miserable battlefield had descended into an inexplicable silence for no reason at this moment. Numerous gazes stared intently at the purple-robed young man in midair. Du Xiaofu looked at the restrained Hermit Wuzhen in his hand with a cold glint in his eyes. He said softly, "Do you know why I let you go last time instead of killing you? I had already predicted that with your personality, you would most likely go to the Black Fiend sect. And the Black Fiend sect was also the sect I wanted to destroy. It seems like my guess was right. You really came with Xue Tianqiu. You didn't know that I could easily destroy you at any time, but you were jumping around like a grasshopper, seeking your own death." His indifferent voice resounded in the sky, allowing many people to hear him clearly. Third Fatty Wan, Mu Mingqing, and many others trembled. So all of this was within the purple-robed youth's expectations. Their coming here meant that today's the end. Mu Mingqing and Third Fatty Wan editor, Cloud Heaven and Earth sighed. If Xue of Heaven and Earth and Xue Tianqiu, they would have died. Heaven and Earth. If Xue Tianqiu and Hengdi had heard this, they would have been if Xue Tianqiu and Hengdi. So all of this was within the president's expectations. Hua Fankong, Xiao Wenxing, Chao Yu, and the others were also shocked. It was no wonder that the president did not exterminate Mountain Man Wu Zhen. He had purposely let Mountain Man Wu Zhen lure Xue Tianqiu to Chaotic Demon City. "Don't kill me. No. I am willing to submit. Don't kill me." Mountain Man Wu Zhen's eyes were filled with fear. His pale face was twitching and his soul was trembling. He did not want to die. At his age and cultivation level, he was even more unwilling to die. "You can't be left alive. This is your own choice." Killing intent flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes as his indifferent words fell. Suddenly, a golden light gushed out from his hand like a volcano. Bang bang, a dull sound rang out like thunder. Mountain Man Wu Zhen's pupils constricted. He did not even have time to scream. Golden light instantly rushed out of his body, and his body exploded in midair. Mountain Man Wu Zhen's 6-star mysterious realm body was completely destroyed. He could not be more dead. Following Mountain Man Wu Zhen's death, the hearts of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect's disciples trembled. King-level experts were killed one after another like ants. At this moment, how could the remaining people of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect still have the heart to resist? They looked at each other with fear in their eyes. The few martial lords were the first to kneel on one knee. They looked at Du Xiaofu in the sky and said with a trembling voice, "We are willing to submit to the World Society." Clang 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 clang. The sound of weapons falling to the ground could be heard. At this moment, the remaining 300,000 Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect disciples all knelt on the ground. "We are willing to submit to the World Society. We are willing to submit to the World Society." The voices of surrendering resounded like thunder in the sky. At this moment, the disciples of the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect knew that they no longer had the strength to resist. They could only surrender to save their lives. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sky. The wings on his back shone with a golden light. Suddenly, he swung the tyrant shadow in his hand downwards. A sword light dozens of feet long burst out. As the sword light swept past, it seemed to split the space in half. Bang bang bang. As the sword aura fell, under the shocked gazes of many people, a long gully exploded on the ground. Low sonic booms rang out incessantly. More than 10 martial marquee cultivators from the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect were caught off guard and killed. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Those who offend the World Society will be killed without mercy. These cold words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The murderous aura around him swept out. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Kill without mercy. In that short moment of stupefaction, the World Society disciples instantly let out battle cries. One by one, the World Society disciples pounced forward. Roar! Thousands of beasts roared and howled. The beast tide swept out. Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything. The smell of blood filled the air. Run, run quickly! Blood-curdling screams rang out. Hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect fled in panic. However, how many of them could escape at this moment? What awaited them was only a bloody massacre. Third Fatty Wan, Mu Mingqing, Chao Yu, and many others looked at the purple-robed young man in the sky. They sighed in their hearts. Perhaps at this moment everyone understood a principle. There were some people in this world who seemed to be gentle and elegant. However, once they were provoked and the anger in their hearts was aroused, the opponent would not even have the chance to surrender and beg for mercy in the end. A bloody massacre lasted from morning to dusk. For the entire day, blood flowed like a river outside Chaos Demon City. The smell of blood filled the sky. Chaos Demon City also became a city of blood. In the end, more than 300,000 elite disciples from the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were all killed by the World Society, Heavenly Beast Hall, Mu Clan Fort, and 10,000 Clouds Pavilion. Not many could escape. Blood flowed like a river outside Chaos Demon City. There were broken limbs and bones everywhere. In the end, they were devoured by the thousands of beasts in the Heavenly Beast Hall and cleaned up. However, the bloodstains and the smell of blood in the square did not dissipate for a while. The Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were completely destroyed. The 10,000 Clouds Pavilion and Mu Clan Fort changed sides at the last minute. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu did not die and was still the leader of the Heavenly Beast Hall. He had already subdued the silver-winged demonic eagle at the Chaos Demon Cliff. This news immediately spread from all sides. Especially after hundreds of thousands of people from the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect surrendered, they were also mercilessly killed by Du Xiaofu. This was even more shocking. When the news spread, it sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, the entire Dark Forest realized that although Du Xiaofu of the World Society looked young, he was definitely not to be trifled with. Once they provoked him, they would not even have the chance to kneel and beg for mercy in the end. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The air was still filled with a thick smell of blood. The poison in your bodies is powerful, but it's not a big problem. There are many antidotes in the 5 Poisons Hermit's Qiankuan bag. After I look around, I should be able to find the antidote you want. Even if there's no antidote, it's not a big problem. I can still cure this poison. It's just that it's a little troublesome, the Medicine King said to the seated Mu Mingqing and Third Fatty Wan in the World Society's main hall. Thank you, Medicine King. Third Fatty Wan and Mu Mingqing stood up and cupped their hands in thanks. They also heaved a sigh of relief. They had been forced to join the Dark Alliance. Everyone had been trapped in a talisman array set up by Wu Zhen Hermit. In addition to the 5 Poisons Hermit's poison, they had been forced to join the Dark Alliance. There's no need for the two of you to be so polite. I've already arranged for my disciples to prepare a place for the two of you to rest. We can talk about other matters tomorrow, the Medicine King said to the two of them. Then we'll take our leave first. Mu Mingqing and Third Fatty Wan cupped their hands and left. The two of them were exhausted today and needed to adjust their breathing to recover. The disciples of the Mu family fort and the Black Fiend sect were already on their way back. Only a few experts were left in Chaos Demon City. As the two of them left the main hall, a purple-robed figure slowly walked out from the inner hall. He carried a broadsword on his back. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were deep and clear on his resolute face. Chapter 547. Old E, if my guess is correct, you should have already found the antidote for the poison in their bodies from the 5 Poisons Mountain Man's Qiankuan bag. Du Xiaofu walked out and said to the Medicine King with a slight smile. It's not hard to find the antidote. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously, Do you really trust them? Du Xiaofu sat on the empty chair beside the Medicine King. His clear eyes flickered as he replied, I definitely trust the Mu clan fort. As for Wan Sanpang from the Myriad Cloud Pavilion, I have never come into contact with him, so I can't say for sure. Wan Sanpang is a smart person. As for his character, we'll see in the future. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu. After pausing for a moment, he continued, During this period of time, everyone thought that you had fallen. Where did you go? I survived and even obtained some benefits. It's a long story, I'll tell you in detail in the future. Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King with a gloomy expression and asked, Medicine King, what happened to Tianwu Academy? How many people were left? There weren't many people left. Later on, a lass called Qi Yeshi came back with a powerful expert. Even Shui Yao and old man Yinming weren't a match for him. The Medicine King sighed with a pale face and told Du Xiaofu about what happened to Tianwu Academy. Qi Yeshi. Du Xiaofu murmured. He didn't expect that she would return in the end. Even the soul of the ancient desolate space had mentioned her before. Her origin was extraordinary and her talent was extremely high as well. She had the potential to become a supreme expert. Tianwu Academy is no more. What are your plans for the future? The Medicine King asked. Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say a word. A moment later, he looked at the Medicine King with a clear gaze. Gritting his teeth, he said resolutely, As long as I am around, Tianwu Academy will exist. As long as there is a single student of Tianwu Academy will not be destroyed. One day Tianwu Academy will stand tall in the dark forest, in the central continent. Otherwise, the sacrifice of Grand Elder Xiaoyu, Elder Zhou, and Vice School Head Zhuge will be in vain. The Medicine King's pale face slightly trembled. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, Then what do you plan to do? I want the dark forest. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. If his world society was strong enough, he wouldn't have to fear the Dark Nether sect invading Tianwu Academy. If the world society wanted to truly rise, the Dark Forest would be the best place and also the most suitable place. The Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect have been destroyed. There is indeed no power in the Dark Forest that can stop the world society. However, you have to be careful of Grandma Silverflower. She is the protector of the Dark Forest. If she doesn't agree, we will be in trouble, the Medicine King said. I will look for Grandma Silverflower. Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. The old figure he saw in the sky above Tianwu Academy seemed familiar. He naturally had to pay a visit to such an expert in the Dark Forest. This time, Grandma Silverflower didn't stop the Black Fiend sect and the others from forming an alliance and coming to the Chaos Demon City. Maybe Grandma Silverflower doesn't care about this matter anymore. The Medicine King said softly. Then, his gaze flickered as he looked at Du Xiaofu for a while. He sighed softly and said, Although the Dark Forest isn't small, it isn't big either. With the World Society's current strength, we can sweep through it. I think it's time for me to make a trip to the Central Province, Du Xiaofu said softly. Compared to the Central Province, the Dark Forest and the Stone Dragon Empire were insignificant. They were just remote places. The Central Province was filled with experts and geniuses. Outstanding people were rising. Only by going there could he become an expert. Du Xiaofu knew that only by becoming a powerful expert would he be able to accomplish what he wanted to do, which was to protect everything around him. If there was a supreme expert in Tianwu Academy back then, the Dark Nether sect would not have dared to come to Tianwu Academy. Central Province. The Medicine King raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He knew that the incident in Tianwu Academy had a deep impact on him. The fate of the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect was a good example. The Central Province is filled with experts and geniuses. Outstanding people are rising. Outstanding people are rising. Experts of the beast race roam freely. It is rumored that the demon race is hiding there. You should go there. Only by going there can you become an expert. These old bones of mine will support you. I will watch over the dark forest for you. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. Back then, the dark nether-sex blood demon and old man Yin Ming were extremely powerful. However, they were only at the martial emperor realm. Above the martial emperor realm were the honorable realm expert. There was no end to cultivation and the martial Tao was endless. After the martial honorable realm, there were even more powerful realms. However, one needed to have sufficient cultivation to be able to come into contact with the wider world. However, the Dark Nether sect is also in the central province. You have to be careful. The Medicine King reminded. The Dark Nether sect's blood demon and old man Yin Ming. Gritting his teeth slightly, Du Xiaofu's deep and clear eyes burned with anger. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't have the qualifications to protect everything he had. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be able to protect everything he had. You should leave this place as soon as possible. If this place is too small, it will restrict you. Once a martial cultivator steps onto the path of cultivation, they've already chosen to follow the law of the jungle, where strength is respected. If you're weak, you can only allow yourself to be bullied and humiliated by others, become a fish on the chopping block. If you're weak, you don't even have the right to live. You don't even have the right to decide your own life. Du Xiaofu recalled Yi Piaoling's words. At this moment, these words were like a blade that was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Waves of sharp aura spread out from his body. What's wrong with you? The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and asked when he sensed that the aura from Du Xiaofu's body was getting sharper. I only want to become stronger so that my parents and siblings can reunite. I want my family to be reunited. I want Tianwu Academy to rise again. I want the souls of the heroes who sacrificed for Tianwu Academy to rest in peace. Du Xiaofu looked at the Medicine King and clenched his fists tightly. A golden glow surged out from his eyes, and it was as though a golden-winged rock was about to fly out. Unswerving determination burst out from the gaps between his teeth. I will be the steel on the chopping block. The destruction of Tianwu Academy made Du Xiaofu understand a principle once again. He firmly believed in his belief that he had to become an expert as soon as possible. Only an absolute expert would be able to protect his everything. If he obeyed, he would be ordinary. If he defied, he would be strong. Moonlight shrouded the quiet courtyard under the cover of the night. A figure landed outside the courtyard. Looking at the radiant pearls in the courtyard, the figure said softly, "Greetings, Uncle Mu. Come in." A clear voice sounded from the courtyard. Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered in the darkness. He stood tall and straight with a purple broadsword on his back. It was Du Xiaofu. In the small hall, Du Xiaofu saw Mu Mingqing. His face was pale and there were some injuries on his body. However, it shouldn't be too serious. Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes. Soon after, he regained his composure and said, "The dark forest is filled with scheming and vicious people. Although your methods today may seem cruel and ruthless in the eyes of some people, it was the best choice. In the future, no one will dare to offend the World Union. In this aspect, you are better than your father." Du Xiaofu smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed and he asked Mu Mingqing in shock, "Uncle Mu, you know my father?" Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a series of hand seals formed in front of him. Arcane arcs formed in front of him and finally condensed into an energy palm. Waves of energy rippled outwards and then the energy dissipated into Mu Mingqing's hand. Stormy Waves Palm. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Mu Mingqing had just formed the Stormy Waves Palm, a martial technique of the Du family. That's right, it's the Stormy Waves Palm. When you fought with the fifth brother, you used the Stormy Waves Palm. In addition, you and your father look very similar, so I can be sure that you are the second brother's son, and your father is Du Tingxian. Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. You must not know that your father, Uncle Lu, and I are all sworn brothers. Your father is the second brother. He taught us the stormy waves poem when we were training in the dark forest. My drunkard father and the master of the Mu family fort are sworn brothers. Chapter 548. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then, he could finally explain the many questions in his heart. When he went to ask for the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, the Mu clan fort helped him at all costs. This time, when the Dark Coalition army came, Mu Mingqing did not care about the poison in his body. The Mu clan fort master, Mu Mingqing, who was in front of him, was the sworn brother of his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses after a while. He looked at Mu Mingqing and said, "Before the Dark Coalition army came, the world received a mysterious jade slip. I think it must be Uncle Mu's doing, right?" Haha, Mu Mingqing laughed heartily and didn't say much. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your father will be very happy to have a son like you. With your current achievements, even your father couldn't compare to you when he was your age." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly and handed a brocade box to Mu Mingqing. He bowed and said, "Uncle Mu, this is the antidote for the poison in your body. Thank you for everything. We're family. You don't have to be so polite." Mu Mingqing took the brocade box from Du Xiaofu and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Du Xiaofu heard this and said to Mu Mingqing, "I'm going to discuss with Uncle Mu. I want to form an alliance with all the forces in the dark forest. What do you think?" Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Mu clan fort will definitely support you. The Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect have been destroyed. I believe that Wan Sanpang from the 10,000 Cloud Pavilion will have an idea. There won't be many problems." "Thank you, Uncle Mu." Du Xiaofu bowed again. Then, the two talked about some things in the dark forest. Du Xiaofu then left. Night covered the sky. The moonlight cast mottled traces in the Chaos Demon City. Inside the side hall, Du Xiaofu saw his second brother Du Yunlong, eldest sister Du Xiaoman, as well as Han Xian, He Jun, and Meng Likai from Lanling City. In the side hall there was also a stunning woman. Her delicate body was light and tender, and her curves were graceful. Her temperament was the complete opposite of Du Xiaoman's hot and enchanting temperament. She had an ancient charm and was as beautiful as a fairy that had walked out of a painting. She was Dai Xingyu's aunt, Morong Yoru. When they saw Du Xiaofu, they couldn't help but exchange greetings. This was especially true for He Jun, Han Xian, and Meng Likai. They stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. When they were in Lanling City, although they knew that this guy was terrifying and fierce, they didn't expect that in such a short period of time, this guy had already become a marquis. His name shook the empire and the dark forest. He could even kill king-level experts as if they were nothing. As Du Xiaofu chatted with them, it was not difficult for him to discover from the auras of Han Xian and the others that their cultivations had improved by quite a bit. It was likely that they had been cultivating extremely hard during this period of time. What shocked Du Xiaofu the most was his second brother Du Yunlong. He didn't expect that his second brother Du Yunlong's cultivation strength had already reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Lord realm. He had broken through a lot. Especially in his aura, Du Xiaofu could feel some thunder aura. It was probably related to the inheritance of the Guardian King. Without a doubt, the inheritance of the Guardian King had given his second brother great benefits. From the exchange of greetings, Du Xiaofu was shocked to find out that the Du residence had been razed to the ground. The Guardian King Du Qingqing and the outstanding Du Chang had been captured. The remaining people of the Du residence were also nowhere to be found. It was rumored that on that night, a hidden expert from the Qing family made a move. However, in the end, He failed to stop the mysterious expert who had destroyed the Du residence by himself. After hearing this news, Du Xiaofu's heart sank. He had mixed feelings about the Du residence. The Guardian King's final actions had earned Du Xiaofu's admiration and respect. Now that he knew that the Du residence had been destroyed, he didn't feel good. Tianwu Academy was annihilated, Du household was annihilated. Many things had happened recently, causing Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble inexplicably. He had an indescribable feeling that all these things were related to him. After exchanging greetings, Du Xiaofu told second brother Du Yunlong, Han Xian, and the rest about the alliance between the major forces in the Dark Coalition. Hearing this, Du Yunlong pondered for a while. Then, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He said, "There are no forces in the Dark Forest that can go against the world society. The strongest forces are the Mu family fort and the Wan Yun pavilion. However, they can't go against the world society now either. It's not a big problem for us to form an alliance. If anyone dares to disagree, we'll just destroy them. What happened today can only be prevented from happening again if we are more ruthless. This is the Dark Forest, benevolence will never work." Listening to Du Yunlong's words, Du Xiaofu felt rather comforted. Second brother Du Yunlong had been training outside since he was young. He had already seen through this aspect. His methods had always been extremely ruthless and decisive. The world society would be handed over to second brother to control. With the King of Medicine's assistance, even if he went to the central province, he could rest assured. After that, Du Xiaofu told everyone about the relationship between the Mu family fort and the world society. This alliance was imperative. If the remaining Wan Yun pavilion did not agree, they would have to resort to special means. After that, he discussed the world society with second brother Du Yunlong, Han Xian, and the rest. It was late into the night before everyone began to disperse. In the end, only Du Xiaofu and Murong Yurua were left in the hall. Han Xian, He Jun, Meng Like I, and the rest tactfully left. "How's your injury?" Du Xiaofu asked as he looked at Murong Yurua, who had not spoken much all night. "It's not a big deal." Murong Yurua looked at Du Xiaofu. Back then in the Lanling prefecture, he had become a young man. The naivety on his face had gradually turned into maturity. She nodded and looked at Du Xiaofu. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said, "I've heard about Xingyu's matter. This is also Xingyu's own good fortune. I didn't take good care of Xingyu. I hope she can be well." Du Xiaofu sighed softly, feeling a little guilty in his heart. "She's so innocent. Naturally, nothing will happen to her," Murong Yurua said softly. Looking at the purple-robed young man in front of her, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. It was hard to fathom. She then nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "I heard that you have been conferred the title of Marquis. Congratulations, but next time, don't take any risk. This time, many people are worried about you. If Xingyu knows about this, she will definitely be worried about you." "Well, I understand," Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile. "That's good." Murong Yurua nodded and smiled. She then continued, "After the alliance enters the Dark Forest, what are your plans?" Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said with a smile, "I plan to go to the Central Continent. There are many strong people there. I want to go there and train." Central Continent. Murong Yurua's eyes flashed with a complicated look when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment, then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said to Du Xiaofu, "How about you do me a favor?" "Say it." "As long as I can do it," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "In the Central Continent there is a fertile field city. There is a Murong family in the city. If you have the chance to meet them, go and see how the Murong family is doing now. When you come back, you can tell me about it," Murong Yurua said. "Does the Murong family have anything to do with you?" Du Xiaofu asked Murong Yurua when he heard this. Murong Yurua raised her eyes slightly. There were some ripples in her eyes, but her expression didn't change. Then, she smiled and raised her head to Du Xiaofu. I'll tell you later. Du Xiaofu nodded at her. Okay, I'll go and take a look if I have the chance. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Murong Yurua smiled faintly when she saw Du Xiaofu nod. She then said, There are many strong people in the central continent. Heroes are fighting for supremacy, and outstanding people are rising. I know you are not inferior to them, but if you go, you have to be careful. I understand. Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard this. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, By the way, my second brother told me that the world society is indebted to you during this period of time. However, you haven't asked for any position. Why is that? From his second brother, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaofu learned that Murong Yurua had contributed greatly to the world society in Lanling City during this period of time. Her wisdom and means had won the admiration of everyone in the world society. Even Han Xian was no exception. From this, it could be seen that Du Xiaofu felt that he might have underestimated this beautiful woman in front of him in the past. I joined the world society to help you. I don't need a position in the world society, nor is there a suitable position for me, Murong Yurua said. She wasn't interested in these things. She joined the world society purely because she agreed to help the purple-robed young man in front of her. The third night watch has been posted. This way, everyone will feel better. Brothers, after reading this, continue to send flowers to express your thanks. Chapter 549. The World Society is currently lacking a hall master in the Greenwood Hall. The Greenwood Hall is responsible for the external affairs of the World Society. How about you reluctantly take over? Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment before smiling at Murong Yurua. The World Society's external affairs are not a small responsibility. Murong Yurua was a little stunned. She raised the curtain and looked at Du Xiaofu. Then, she smiled charmingly and said, Do you trust me that much? Du Xiaofu nodded and said, Of course. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Murong Yurua combed her hair and smiled. She left home because she didn't want to participate in any forces. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Lanling Prefecture City to enter her hometown. But now, she sighed in her heart. After so many twists and turns, she finally had to walk the path she didn't want to walk in the beginning. The next morning, in the World Society's main hall, Du Yunlong, Yao Wang, Eagle King, Yi Piaoling, Murong Yurua, Li Shui, Chao Yu, Hua Fankong, Silver-winged demonic condor, tiger-subduing mastiff, blue flame red leopard, Mu Mingqing, Wan Yunj, and many others were sitting. Seeing such a lineup in the main hall, Mu Mingqing and Wan Yunj couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The World Society's lineup was already enough to sweep through the dark forest. If Shui Tianqiu and Hen Tiandi knew that the silver-winged demonic condor and the World Society were together, they wouldn't have dared to come to Chaos Demon City. Greetings, Hall Master. Greetings, President. With the arrival of Du Xiaofu, everyone respectfully stood up and saluted. Du Xiaofu sat on the seat of honor and looked at everyone in the main hall. After nodding slightly to Mu Mingqing and Wan Yunj, he directly told them about the alliance. Hearing this, Mu Mingqing already knew what was going on. Naturally, he didn't say anything. However, Wan Yunj's expression changed slightly. He was quite surprised. Then, Mu Mingqing naturally agreed without any objections. The silver-winged demonic condor and the others also didn't have any objections. Third Fatty Wan was not stupid. Looking at the silver-winged demonic condor, subduing tiger, and tyrannical mastiff, he knew that if he shook his head, the silver-winged demonic condor and the others would immediately kill him. Therefore, Wan Sampeng smiled and agreed. At the same time, he took the initiative to recommend Du Xiaofu to be the leader of the alliance, and the Wan Yunj would listen to his orders. With Wan Sanpeng's agreement, the alliance was easily approved without any obstacles. Du Xiaofu also directly became the alliance master of the alliance. The World Society, the Celestial Beast Hall, the Mu clan fort, and the Thousand Clouds Pavilion have formed an alliance known as the World Alliance. Those who betray the alliance will be punished. Du Xiaofu looked at the main hall with sharp eyes as his voice reverberated. The King of Medicine and the Eagle King looked at each other. Their eyes moved slightly as they looked at the young man in the purple robe. At such a young age, he already had the aura of a leader. The World Alliance was probably just the beginning. It wouldn't be long before the World Alliance's name would spread everywhere. After the World Alliance was formed, it was naturally time to deal with the Black Fiend sect and the Twofold Hatred sect. In fact, last night, Du Yunlong had already sent the World Society's disciples to the Black Fiend sect's territory to prepare to take over the Black Fiend sect's territory. As for the Twofold Hatred sect's territory, Du Xiaofu left it to the Mu clan fort and the Thousand Clouds Pavilion to take over. Du Xiaofu's decision surprised Wan Yunj and Mu Mingqing. They didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be so generous. After all, the Twofold Hatred sect and the Black Fiend sect were both annihilated by the World Society. Especially for Wan Yunj, it was already good enough that he was able to keep the Thousand Clouds Pavilion. He didn't expect to be able to divide the Twofold Hatred sect. After a general discussion, the people in the hall dispersed. Du Xiaofu handed over the details to his second brother, Du Yunlong. With the help of the Eagle King, Chao Yu, and the others, the overall situation was set. Nothing would go wrong. I didn't expect you to be so generous. You actually handed the Twofold Hatred sect to the Mu clan fort and the Thousand Clouds Pavilion. After the crowd dispersed, only Murong Yuro, Du Yunlong, Han Xin, Li Shui, Yi Piaoling, Du Xiaoman, and a few other young people were left in the side hall. Du Xiaofu seemed to be puzzled by the fact that Du Xiaoman had handed the Twofold Hatred sect over to the Mu clan fort and the Thousand Clouds Pavilion. She also felt that Du Xiaofu was being too generous. Big sister, the Mu clan fort is on our side. Although Wan Sampang from the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion surrendered, it's already extremely difficult for the World Society to take over the Black Fiend sect's territory. We can't spare anyone to take over the Double Hatred sect's territory either. Why don't we do the Mu clan fort and the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion a favor? Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaoman and smiled. Moreover, how big can the Dark Forest be? It's just the Twofold Hatred sect's territory. I believe that third brother won't care too much about it. Moreover, it's the World Society's territory anyway. Du Xiaoman's eyes flickered. She seemed to have understood something. Then, she seemed to have recalled something. She said to Du Xiaofu, "Third brother, Qiangu Yu just came to me. He said that he wants to join the World Society." Qiangu Yu. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He had seen that guy yesterday. At this moment, that guy had truly survived and was reborn from the ashes. President, Qiangu Yu also came to talk to me. Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment. Then, she opened her red lips and said, "He said that he was able to become a cultivator again because of you. He wants to join the World Society, not because of me. He has already gotten over what happened in the past. Now, he just wants to follow you and continue to reach the peak of cultivation." Qiangu Yu? Is that the guy who used the spear yesterday? He's quite fierce. Yi Piaoling asked Du Xiaofu. He still remembered that the young man who had used the spear yesterday was extremely fierce. That's right. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Yi Piaoling, "Do you want to go and see that guy?" "All right." Yi Piaoling simply nodded, as if he would never say another useless word. The sun was scorching on the mountain peak. The surroundings were lush and green. A tall and sturdy young man stood quietly on top of the boulder. No one knew how long he had been standing there. He wore a long blue and white robe and his eyes were slightly closed. The scorching sun on his body reflected a faint light, as if it was shining on fine steel. Chi. A figure silently appeared on the boulder of the mountain peak. His entire body exuded a faint aura of indifference. It was a slender and thin black-robed youth. Under the scorching sun, his long black hair shone brightly. Suddenly, the tall and sturdy young man opened his eyes. He looked at the young man in the black robe. The young man in the black robe slowly raised his head. He had a tall nose and thin lips. He looked at the tall and sturdy young man and said, "You're Yu? That's right." The tall and sturdy young man nodded. He looked at the young man in the black robe. The young man in the black robe felt cold. He said, "I heard Li Shui mention you. Yi Piaoling, the killing god." Yi Piaoling smiled faintly and stared at the bulky young man. His eyes started to shine with sharpness. "He told me about you. He rarely praises people. You are one of them. Make your move. Let me see how strong the person he praises is. Is that so? You should be good too." But, just as Yi Piaoling finished speaking, Yu slowly lifted his head. At that moment, a monstrous and ferocious aura suddenly swept out from his body like a storm. Boom! At the peak of the mountain, the space trembled. Yu's jade robe fluttered, and mysterious runes flickered on the surface of his body. His handsome face was filled with a ferociousness that made one tremble. He lifted his head and smiled at Yi Piaoling. "I also want to find an opponent to test myself against. You shall be my opponent." As Yu spoke, the surrounding space froze. A ferocious aura shrouded the area. Yi Piaoling looked at Yu and a faint aura spread out from his eyes. His black robe fluttered like a gust of wind. He reached his hands out of his robe and clenched his fist. He said, "Let's start then." When Yu heard this, the mysterious runes on his body surged, and the ferocious aura in his body erupted. His long robe fluttered, and a smile appeared on his face again, revealing his white teeth. In the next instant, his body shot out like a ferocious beast. Boom! Yu moved as fast as lightning. Several afterimages appeared in the air. His body seemed to have turned into an afterimage in the sky. His ferocious aura enveloped Yi Piaoling. "You're quite fast." Yi Piaoling seemed to be surprised. He looked at the afterimage that was rushing towards him. At the same time, his aura surged out and a mighty aura swept across the sky. Chi! In a short moment Yu arrived. His fist, which was wrapped in mysterious runes, smashed towards Yi Piaoling's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning. His aura was ferocious. He had experienced hundreds of battles. Very strong. Yi Piaoling's eyes flickered. He knew that Yu was not only ferocious from his attack. When Yi Piaoling saw the fist coming toward her, she moved in a strange and ghostly arc. Although it looked like a close shave, she managed to parry the fist. At the same time, she threw a punch at Yu's right shoulder with a sharp look in her eyes. Her fist was wrapped in runes, and she swung it at Yu's shoulder. The fist was powerful and fierce. It enlarged in Yu's eyes. It was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. However, Yu did not dodge. The instant the fist landed on his right shoulder, a dazzling rune suddenly appeared on his right shoulder, forming a shield of light. Chapter 550. Bang! Yi Piaoling's fist landed on Yu's right shoulder. Shockwaves surged out. Slash! A visible shockwave rippled out from Yu's right shoulder and blocked Yi Piaoling's fist. Slash! Yu's fist landed on Yi Piaoling's left shoulder. The sudden change caused Yi Piaoling's expression to immediately change. In a panic, profound energy condensed and protected his body. Bang! Yi Piaoling staggered back 5 steps, while Yu only staggered back 1 step. Interesting, your physical body is really strong. Yi Piaoling steadied himself and looked at Yu in surprise. Don't try to fight me head-on or you'll lose. Yu looked up and smiled at Yi Piaoling. He had absolute confidence in his physical body. Not many people could compete with him in terms of physical strength. His godly watchtower was broken and he cultivated his physical strength. His physical body was everything to him. I'll remember. Yi Piaoling smiled faintly and waved his hand slightly. He loosened his fist and opened his palm. His 10 fingers suddenly glowed with the light of runes. Qiangu Yu's eyes twitched as if he sensed something. The runes on his body shone even brighter. This time, Yi Piaoling took the initiative to attack. His body moved like a ghost as he waved his hands. His attacks were as sharp as lightning. Boom! Qiangu Yu was as ferocious as a beast. His ferocious aura swept across the sky. Walala, immediately, the two of them continued to exchange blows on the peak of the mountain. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there were muffled sounds of energy being emitted. The surrounding mountain peaks were all shattered. Boulders rolled down and the mountain peaks cracked. Bang, bang, bang. After exchanging over 100 blows like this, the two of them retreated explosively under the last muffled thunderbolt. Then, they landed on a mountain peak several hundred meters away from each other, facing each other from afar. What a powerful attack! No wonder you're called the god of slaughter in the dark forest. Qiangu Yu grinned at Yi Piaoling. His robe was torn and there were a few faint bloodstains on his skin. However, they were only superficial wounds. The runes on his body shone brighter and brighter as if they were coming to life. His ferocious aura swept across the sky. What a powerful physical body! Yi Piaoling stared at the sky in front of him. Shock surged in his eyes as a muffled groan was emitted from his throat. It seemed that he had suffered quite a bit. Not only was the other party's physical body strong, it was also extremely strange. It was as though there was a symbol array on it. When his attack landed on the other party's body, half of his fighting strength would be immediately reduced. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to truly injure the other party unless his strength was more than half of the other party's. Eyes, Qiangu Yu Chang god of. As soon as Qiangu Yu finished speaking, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the mysterious runes on his body rippled, causing his body to be enveloped in a dazzling light. The mysterious runes on his skin looked as if they were about to break free from his body. Boom! An indescribable ferocious aura spread out from Qiangu Yu's body. Mysterious runes flickered on his skin, and from afar, he looked extremely ferocious. Is he going to use his full strength? Yi Piaoling stared at the ancient jade and narrowed his eyes. His sharp pupils fluctuated. Then, mysterious hand seals condensed. His arms shook, creating many blurry afterimages. Waves of faint black energy suddenly whizzed out. Faint runes flickered. Then, waves of energy swept across the sky like the waves of the sea. Sacred body technique, transforming my body into a flood dragon. With a shout, the ancient jade moved. Dazzling mysterious symbols gushed out from its body, accompanied by the faint roar of a dragon. The surrounding space suddenly fluctuated, as if there was an endless stream of energy pouring into its body. The mysterious symbols that filled the sky immediately condensed into a huge mysterious cloud scarlet dragon phantom that swept across the sky. The light of the Xianyun scarlet dragon enveloped the ancient jade, as if the ancient jade had turned into a real Xianyun scarlet dragon. It stirred up waves of air in the surrounding space, and the ripples spread out. Its aura was like the king of all beasts, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Aolo, the Xianyun scarlet dragon roared like a clap of thunder. Immediately after, it flew towards Yi Piaoling like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the dark cloud scarlet flood dragon's phantom passed, a terrifying force swept out, causing space to tremble violently. Walala, under such a terrifying pressure, the air around the square was scattered, forming a vacuum. Only the runes on the enormous scarlet cloud flood dragon could be seen, suppressing the sky. Floating sky suppression. A loud shout came from Yi Piaoling's mouth. At this moment, Yi Piaoling's eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light, and a terrifying surge of energy suddenly spread out. Rumble! The energy runes fluctuated more fiercely than the previous wave. The momentum was turbulent, as if it could suppress everything. It was terrifying. The two terrifying attacks were about to collide. Once they collided, the surrounding space would be destroyed and turned into ruins. At this critical moment, a purple-robed figure appeared between the two of them. He was enveloped by a faint golden halo of light, forcefully blocking the two of them. Walala, in an instant, Yi Piaoling and Changguyu's terrifying energies collided with the golden circle of light, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the golden circle of light, and it began to resist and dissipate the attacks of the two people. Walala, the runes bloomed in the sky, and in the end, the two terrifying energies dissipated in mid-air. Yi Piaoling and Qinggu were both pushed back. That's enough. If you continue to spar, this place will be destroyed by you. The golden halo disappeared, and Du Xiaofu appeared. He looked at Qinggu with a smile on his face, and said, "Do you really want to join the world society?" Qinggu raised his head and withdrew his aura. He looked at Du Xiaofu, nodded and bowed, "Greetings, President. No need to be so polite." Du Xiaofu nodded, then looked at Yi Piaoling and smiled. "How is it? Do you qualify to join the Heavenly General Guard?" Unbelievable. Cultivating the body can make one so powerful, and can even use beast energy. Yi Piaoling was shocked. He had learned a lot about Qinggu on the way here. At first, he couldn't believe it, but after testing it, he realized how terrifying it was. He looked at Qinggu and smiled. "Welcome to the Heavenly General Guard." Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Piaoling and said, "Are you interested in a bit of hardship? Qinggu needs to cultivate the body to step onto the martial path, but you can also strengthen your body and use beast energy." "Can I?" Yi Piaoling raised his head, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. "Of course, let's start with you." Du Xiaofu nodded and said softly. As time passed, the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect were destroyed, and the World Society formed the World Alliance. Du Xiaofu became the leader of the World Alliance, and he controlled the entire Dark Forest. The news spread quickly in the Dark Forest. For a time, Du Xiaofu's name resounded throughout the Dark Forest, and the four empires were shocked. With the massive strength of the entire Dark Forest, it was rumored that Du Xiaofu could already contend against a martial king with the divine weapon in his hand when Tianwu Academy was destroyed. Right now, the Heavenly Alliance's strength was enough to contend against an empire. Naturally, the surrounding empires would be wary of them. Stone Dragon Empire, Imperial Palace. The spacious hall in the Golden Dragon Palace was like a huge plaza. There were red pillars with lifelike golden dragons circling around them. The dense dragon aura in the palace made it difficult for people to breathe, and their xian qi stagnated. Golden Qilin is a fish in a pond. Once the wind and clouds turned into a dragon, he's still alive, and he's already the leader of the World Alliance. In the center of the hall, Emperor Qing stood quietly. It was as if there was a golden dragon circling around him. Even from afar, people would be intimidated by him, and he exuded an imperial aura. The message jade slip in his hand glowed, and the dragon shadow on his dragon robe moved as if it was alive. He murmured, "King Du's mansion, Tianwu Academy, Dark Nether sect, what's the connection between them? Is the sky going to change?" Chapter 551. At the same time that Du Xiaofu's name resounded everywhere, in the World Society, Du Xiaofu had long gone into seclusion. Many of the higher-ups of the World Society had also gone into seclusion. This made some of the people who were not in the know quite confused. When the World Society took over the Black Fiend sect and took control of the Dark Forest, the president and many of the higher-ups were nowhere to be seen. This was not normal. 20 days later, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the secret room of the World Society. Faint golden light flashed around his body. A moment later, the golden light fluctuated, and like a golden snake, it drilled into Du Xiaofu's body. Along with a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu's tightly closed eyes also opened. The golden light in his eyes flickered, and then slowly converged, revealing his deep and clear eyes. "Have you recovered?" In the secret room, Eagle King Gong Dao was still there. He looked at Du Xiaofu with his single eye and trembled slightly. The domineering aura was like that of a peerless, ferocious beast. Even the aura that Du Xiaofu exhaled made his heart tremble. It's about time. Du Xiaofu looked at Eagle King Gong Dao and smiled. For the past 20 days, he had used the Saint Body Art to refine Yi Piaoling, second brother Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, Han Xian, and He Jun. It had consumed a lot of qi, especially when he had carved the beast's secret technique and the talisman array on their bodies. With the experience of using the ancient jade to refine Yi Shiwen's body, although he had encountered some obstacles this time, everything had been completed smoothly. All that was left was for the 5 of them to go into seclusion to get used to it. In the future, the 5 of them would have another method to rely on. How are the 5 of them? Eagle King Gong Dao asked curiously. He only knew that Du Xiaofu seemed to have made some arrangements for Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, Han Xian, and He Jun. However, he did not know the details. The 5 of them are fine. When the time comes, they should have a lot more to rely on. Du Xiaofu smiled. Yi Piaoling, second brother Du Yunlong, Hua Fankong, Han Xian, and He Jun had talisman arrays and beast energy carved on their bodies. As long as the 5 of them could comprehend it and master it, they would undoubtedly have a lot more skills in the future. That meant that their strength would increase by a lot. After a pause, Du Xiaofu looked at Eagle King's gong blade and continued, Eagle King, it's your turn now. The wound on your hand was caused by old man Yin Ming from Dark Nether sect. The Dark Nether Qi is extremely sinister. The Medicine King has helped you resolve most of it, but there's still a small portion that I'm afraid won't be easy to resolve. I have a method that should be able to completely remove the Dark Nether Qi on your hand. At the same time, it can strengthen your arm by a lot. The method is similar to the 5 of them, but I'll mainly use it on Eagle King's arm. Eagle King's claw technique is extremely sharp. If it succeeds, it will undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. If you can use it, it will definitely be a great effort. What kind of suffering have I not experienced in my life? Just do as you wish. Eagle King Gong Dao smiled indifferently and rolled up his sleeve. The wound left by old man Yin Ming was still faintly visible. It was wrapped in a faint dark nether qi, so the injury had not been able to heal. Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded and formed a seal with his hand. Soon after, a spiritual stove symbol cauldron condensed in front of him. 5 days later, in the evening, the setting sun rolled in the golden-red clouds. The evening glow flickered and then sank behind the dark horizon. In the distance, the dim silhouette of the mountain peaks and forests suddenly appeared continuous light blue lines. Then night fell and the bright moon hung high in the sky. In a secluded courtyard of the World Assembly, the Medicine King slightly raised his head and looked at the door. You have been in seclusion for so long. How is it? It's almost done. It's scary but not dangerous. It can be considered smooth. His voice slowly faded. Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared at the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, the broadsword on his back dragged a long shadow at the door. The Saint Body Art is really extraordinary. It's a pity that I don't have the energy to study it so much. The Medicine King bitterly smiled. He had already exhausted all his energy to study the Tao of Puppet. He didn't have the energy to study anything else. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled and then moved his seat behind the broadsword on his back. The Medicine King looked at the broadsword wrapped in purple cloth on Du Xiaofu's back. His eyes were filled with ripples. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the weapon was when it was wrapped in purple cloth. As the ripples in his eyes fluctuated, the Medicine King quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The things you need to prepare should be almost done. Are you planning to leave?" "Yes." Du Xiaofu slightly nodded and looked at the Medicine King. "In the future, I will leave the World Assembly to you. Please take care of it. Don't worry. Your second brother Du Yunlong, the girls you found, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, and the others are not simple people. There won't be any big problems. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Yi Piaoling still has some evil qi left in her body. The World Assembly has just stabilized the situation, and they are all in seclusion. Qingu, you can't leave either. Otherwise, with Yi Piaoling and Qingu use martial talent, they should go to the central province with you. One day, they will be able to make a name for themselves in the central province. The World Assembly needs to develop, and I'm afraid it won't be enough to rely on us. After a while, when everything stabilizes, I will send them to find you. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. Du Xiaofu understood what the Medicine King said. If the World Assembly wanted to develop, they needed experts. Yi Piaoling and Qingu, you both had the talent and potential to become experts. Only by going to the central province would they be able to temper themselves and obtain more opportunities. While you're in seclusion, I'm afraid there's another matter that you need to deal with. The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said, They must have heard about your news. Recently, many students from Tianwu Academy have come to the Central Province Assembly. There are no less than 2,000 people, and there are probably more. They are all looking for you. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath. His eyes trembled as he muttered, Tianwu Academy won't be destroyed so easily. Translator. Atlas Studios. The moonlight shone brightly, and the sky was filled with stars. They were so densely packed that they looked like a Milky Way that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there were no less than 2,000 figures standing quietly in a small plaza. Under the moonlight, their shadows were cast one after another. There were both men and women among the 2,000 people, and they were all standing quietly. Their ages weren't too old. The youngest was around 15 to 16 years old, and the oldest was around 23 to 24 years old. Every single one of these young men and women had an extraordinary disposition, and they were all outstanding figures among their peers. Everyone stood quietly without saying a word. However, they all had the same emblem on their shoulders. Many people were familiar with this emblem. It was the emblem of Tianwu Academy. These young men and women were all students of Tianwu Academy, but at this moment they were all gathered in the World Gathering. In front of these extraordinary young men and women, there were close to 10 outstanding figures. Every single one of them was powerful, and they stood quietly. As long as he's around, our academy will still exist. Among the group of powerful young men and women, an otherworldly lady dressed in a red dress spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Beside the lady in red dress was an extraordinary young man. The aura he exuded seemed to be able to dominate the heavens and suppress the mountains and rivers. His eyes flickered as he spoke. Tianwu Academy will never be extinguished, and he is our greatest hope. One day, a debt of blood will be repaid with blood. A young man in a dark red long robe had a bright and clean white face. At this moment, there was a red glow in his deep jet-black eyes. They were filled with a demonic evilness, causing one's heart to tremble when looking at his eyes. He's here. A black-robed young man suddenly raised his head and looked to his left. Under the moonlight, his eyes seemed to have come from the netherworld. Chapter 552. Everyone raised their heads and looked to their left. A tall figure with a broadsword on his back was submerged in the shadows. Following which, a purple-robed young man walked over quietly. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords and his gaze was deep and clear. Other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else. Shua shua. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. Following which, their gazes landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. There was an emblem of Tianwu Academy on his shoulder. Du Xiaofu looked over and many familiar figures appeared before his eyes. His gaze flickered slightly as he looked at each other in silence. However, amidst the silence, the young men and women looked at the purple-robed young man. The blood in their bodies was boiling and their auras were fluctuating, causing the surrounding space to tremble. After a long time, Du Xiaofu looked at the young men and women before him. He patted the Tianwu Academy emblem on his shoulder and said softly, "As long as we are here, Tianwu Academy will still be here." At this moment, the eyes of all the young men and women could not help but be filled with hot tears. "Senior Du, please rebuild Tianwu Academy. Senior Du, please rebuild Tianwu Academy." In Tianwu Academy, strength was everything. At this moment, the surrounding space trembled. All of the students of Tianwu Academy knelt down on one knee with tears in their eyes. In front of the crowd, the dozen or so outstanding individuals knelt down on one knee as well. They looked at Du Xiaofu and said in unison, "Please rebuild Tianwu Academy." A moment later, in a side hall of the World Guild, there were less than 20 young men and women seated together. General Budian Shanha, Lady Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Princess Netherworld, Wu Kei, Qianluo Sword Guo Xiaofeng, Demon Halberd Liu Xiao, Black Eagle Tang Wu, Cloud Chasing Swallow Yi Feiyu, and the others were all in the top 10 of Tianwu Academy's martial ranking. Back then, they were escorted away by the East Vanquishing Monarch and the others. Now that they were all here, the remaining few were also in the martial ranking. Ouyang Shuang was also among them. She had come with Gu Xinyan and the others. Looking at Du Xiaofu in front of her, she could finally relax. Everyone looked at Du Xiaofu. When they heard that Du Xiaofu had returned, everyone from the World Alliance in Chaos Demon City had rushed over to Chaos Demon City in the past month. Grand Elder Qingyu, Vice School Head Zhou, Elder Zhou, and all of the other elders had sacrificed their lives for the sake of the academy. As students of Tianwu Academy, all of them had come here for a common goal, to rebuild Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu glanced at the crowd. He already knew the purpose of their visit, so he said, "Tianwu Academy will definitely be rebuilt, but it's impossible for us to do so now. Our current strength isn't enough. We can only rebuild Tianwu Academy when we grow stronger and become true experts. All of the students have discussed it. Before Tianwu Academy is rebuilt, we wish to follow you." The general looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "If everyone is separated, it will be even more difficult to rebuild Tianwu Academy in the future. I'm planning to head to the central region." Du Xiaofu looked at the general and the others with a contemplative expression. He then turned to the crowd and asked, "Why don't we leave Tianwu Academy in the World Alliance for now? Everyone will have a place to stay. I'll get the World Association to take care of the Academy's cultivation resources. When we're strong enough, we'll rebuild Tianwu Academy." Hearing those words, Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu. Her beautiful eyes glowed as she said, "Before we're strong enough and before Tianwu Academy is rebuilt, Tianwu Academy shouldn't reveal itself. Otherwise, not only will it bring danger to Tianwu Academy, it might even implicate the World Alliance. The current Tianwu Academy isn't the same as before. It can't withstand a second calamity. Why don't we simplify things and let the students of Tianwu Academy join the World Association first?" Ghost Child pondered for a moment before saying, "This way, no one will notice Tianwu Academy. In the future, we'll be able to rebuild Tianwu Academy whenever we want." "I have no objections." The general raised his head, his aura fluctuating slightly. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Are you going to the Central Plains? After I go back and explain things to my grandfather, I will go to the Central Plains to find you. Only in the Central Plains will there be more resources and opportunities. Only there can we become true experts. Count me in." Liu Xiao spoke up as his eyes glowed with a dark red color. "Count me in." Ghost Child, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others spoke up as well, intending to head to the central region. The next day, the World Society had over 2,000 outstanding youths joining in a single day. Every single one of them was an extraordinary figure, causing many of the World Society's upper echelons to be extremely shocked. However, this news did not spread widely and only a few people knew about it. 2 days later, in the morning, the disordered demon city was silent. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist, the entire disordered demon city was enveloped in the gentle morning light. In the inner court of the World Association, at the back of a mountain, more than 10 figures stood there as the morning light rippled. All of them appeared extraordinary. There were several women among them. They were devastatingly beautiful and exuded a noble aura. It was enough to make a man lose his soul with a single glance. You're going to the central continent this time. That place is different. There are as many strong cultivators as there are clouds in the sky. According to the information obtained by the Moon Shadow Hall, the news that you have a peerless divine weapon has already spread to the central continent. Although not many people know about it and few have seen you, you should still be careful. On the mountain, the Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, in short, be careful and stay away from the Dark Nether sect for the time being. I understand. Du Xiaofu nodded his head slightly. He knew what to do. Third brother, be careful. Everyone is waiting for your return, Du Xiaoman said softly. She didn't say much as she knew there was no need for her to say anything. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded, after which, his eyes landed on a lady dressed in tight clothes. Her devilish figure was outlined under the tight clothes. She was extremely beautiful and her eyes were jet black and bright. She was Ouyang Shuang, who had followed them here. He asked, aren't you going to say something? I have nothing to say. It's your fault for not bringing me along. Ouyang Shuang shot a glance at Du Xiaofu. Her long and slender legs, her alluring curves, and her perfect figure, in addition to her beautiful face, were simply captivating. However, at this moment, her cheeks were slightly puffed up because Du Xiaofu didn't plan to agree to bring her along to the central state. She was still sulking. It won't be too late to go later. I'll go take a look first. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. He was unfamiliar with the central region this time. Ouyang Shuang's cultivation base was still weak compared to the central region. Therefore, he didn't plan to go with them. I know. You and little Qin go. Be careful. Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu again. I'm leaving. I'll leave the World Alliance to you. Du Xiaofu looked at his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Han Xian, Murong Yuruo, Li Shui, Medicine King and the others. He nodded. Silver Condor, when Domineering Mastiff comes out of seclusion, tell him to call me Big Brother. Little Tiger said to Silver-Winged Demonic Condor. His body gradually turned into the size of an adult tiger. On his pitch-black body, ink-colored mysterious runes were faintly discernible. His aura was extremely shocking. He definitely will. Silver Condor nodded and smiled. During this period of time, Tiger-subduing Mastiff had obtained Little Tiger's essence blood and went into seclusion. Tiger-subduing Mastiff had the bloodline of the ancient Tiger tribe. Little Tiger's essence blood was of great use to Tiger-subduing Mastiff. After all, Little Tiger's bloodline of the Tiger tribe was much stronger than that of Tiger-subduing Mastiff. Among the human race, strength was the most important thing. However, among the demonic beasts, bloodline was the most important thing. Whoosh! Little Tiger's aura fluctuated. He flapped his wings and his ferocious aura surged. His body turned into a large disk that spun low in the air. Elder sister, Sister Shuang, let's go. Du Xiaoqing leaped onto Little Tiger's back. Her pitch-black eyes were still ethereal, but compared to before, there was now a faint red light in the depths of her eyes. Qi! Du Xiaoyao's golden macaque body flashed out and landed on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. Roar! Du Xiaofu turned around and leaped onto Little Tiger's back. Little Tiger roared in a low voice and then flapped its wings. The air whistled and surged, gradually disappearing from the eyes of the people below. Everyone looked up and watched the black giant tiger flapping its wings and flying away. Murong Yuruo half closed her bright eyes and gently stroked her jade-like face. She looked in the direction of the flying tiger in midair, and then turned to look at Ouyang Shuang beside her with a smile. What's wrong? Are some people tempted? Ouyang Shuang withdrew her gaze from midair and looked at Murong Yuru. Her cheeks blushed and she pouted. I've always been attracted to you. Why would I be attracted to him? Murong Yuru pursed her lips into a smile. I didn't say it was him, but you admitted it yourself. You. Ouyang Shuang was taken aback. Then she glared at Murong Yuru with her beautiful eyes. A charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. Anyway, I'm only attracted to you. To prove it, I've decided to sleep with you tonight. How about that? Whatever. Murong Yuru curled her lips and didn't take it to heart. Ha ha. Then the laughter of the two women came from the top of the mountain. In the sky, the black tiger gradually disappeared without a trace. This chapter is the last chapter in the first volume. The next chapter, Fierce Dragon Crossing the River, will finally unfold. The plot and opportunities will also be accelerated. Little Yu continued to write, asking for the protection of flowers and bowing to express his gratitude. Chapter 553. Dark City was still bustling with activity. The only difference was that the Black Fiend sect and Twin Hatred sect were no longer in Dark City. Instead, they were replaced by the World Society. At dusk, two figures wearing cloaks and masks and gray veils walked into the Dark City without leaving a trace. One of them was tall and straight while the other was slender and exquisite. They should be a man and a woman. Behind them was a small black cat. The man and woman entered Dark City and walked slowly. They were neither fast nor slow. Even when the sun was setting, the two of them were still wandering aimlessly. Mu Clan Trading Company. The afterglow of the setting sun shone. The two figures unknowingly walked to the entrance of the Mu Clan Trading Company. Then, the tall and straight figure looked at the small tea stall diagonally across the Mu Clan Trading Company. His gaze flickered as he said, "Little Blue, let's go and rest for a while." The tea stall didn't have much business at the moment. In front of the tea stall, the silver-haired old lady was arranging the tea leaves while the little boy was practicing writing. Seeing that someone had come, the little boy immediately stood up. Seeing the two figures wearing veils, he didn't find it strange at all. He smiled and said softly, "Do the two of you want to drink some tea?" "Yes, 2 cups of tea that you think is good will do," the tall and straight figure said softly. Then, the two of them sat down at the table where the little boy was writing. "Brother, is Grandma Silver Flower really in Dark City?" Behind the veil, the slender figure spoke. Her voice was clear and crisp. It was Du Shaoqing who came from Chaos Demon City. The other person was naturally Du Xiaofu. With Du Xiaofu's current reputation in the Dark Forest, Du Xiaofu entered the Dark Forest in this disguise in order to avoid causing unnecessary commotion. This time, Du Xiaofu's goal in entering Dark City was to find Grandma Silver Flower. Grandma Silver Flower was the guardian of the Dark Forest. This time, the World Alliance was established with the intention of controlling the entire Dark Forest. Du Xiaofu naturally had to find Grandma Silver Flower before he could be at ease. Furthermore, Grandma Silver Flower had given him an opportunity previously. Du Xiaofu also had the intention of paying Grandma Silver Flower a visit. However, no one knew where Grandma Silver Flower was. Du Xiaofu had come to Dark City because he had a feeling that Grandma Silver Flower was in the vicinity of Dark City. Otherwise, Grandma Silver Flower would not have known about the Dark Nether Sect's rampage in Dark City. However, the difficulty of finding the reclusive Grandma Silver Flower in the huge Dark City was not much different from finding a needle in a haystack. Granny Silver Flower should be in Dark City. However, it is hard to find her. Du Xiaofu smiled wryly as he glanced around. His gaze fell on the words that the little boy had just written. Beneath the veil, his gaze flickered. He saw that the little boy's words were written one stroke at a time. His strokes were nimble and vigorous. With such skill, he could be considered a master of calligraphy. Du Xiaofu could be considered to have dabbled in calligraphy since he was young. Back then, when he was treated as a foolish young master, his eldest and second uncles had invited many teachers to teach him literature. They wanted him to fail in martial arts and find a way out through literature in the future. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was quite knowledgeable in this aspect. Therefore, he was shocked when he saw the words, "Here is your tea. These tea leaves were personally picked by my grandma. They are the best to drink." The little boy carried 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. He then took a few more glances at the little black cat with curiosity in his eyes. "Who taught you to write these words?" Du Xiaofu held the words that the little boy had written and looked at him as he asked. The little boy looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Grandma taught me to write them." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately looked at the silver-haired old lady. Beside the tea stall, the silver-haired old lady was still arranging the tea leaves in her hands with her head down. It seemed that she did not care about anything that was happening in the outside world. With trembling eyes, Du Xiaofu got up and walked towards the silver-haired old lady in front of the tea stall. Smelling the faint fragrance of the tea around him, his eyes suddenly moved slightly. He immediately bowed and said, "Du Xiaofu greets Grandma." "Sir, do you want more tea?" The silver-haired old lady raised her head and a smile appeared on her old and kind face. "I don't want it. This junior is going to the Central State. I came here to express my gratitude and bid farewell to Granny," Du Xiaofu said respectfully. "Are you going to travel far? Then you have to be careful. I heard that it is very chaotic outside. There are powerful demonic beasts everywhere." The silver-haired old lady did not know whether she understood or not. It seemed that she did not answer the question. She smiled and said, "After you come back, continue to drink tea. There are fewer and fewer young people who like to drink tea nowadays." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded and stood respectfully. When the last ray of the setting sun disappeared into the horizon, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing left the tea stall and walked into the crowd. "Brother, where are we going now?" On the bustling street, Du Xiaoqing asked Du Xiaofu, "Are we going to continue looking for Grandma Silver Flower?" With a veil covering his face, Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "We have already found Grandma Silver Flower. We can go to the Central Plains now." "Grandma Silver Flower? When did we find Grandma Silver Flower?" Du Xiaoqing asked doubtfully. "The old lady at the tea stall. She is already so old, but she can still pick tea. There doesn't seem to be any tea mountains near the Dark City. Also, the little boy's handwriting is not simple. How could a simple old lady teach him?" Du Xiaofu said softly. Originally, he had not been able to find any traces of Grandma Silver Flower. However, he was suddenly enlightened by the words of the little boy. When he stepped forward, Du Xiaofu was finally able to confirm Grandma Silver Flower's identity. Back then, Grandma Silver Flower had brought Du Xiaofu away. Although he did not see Grandma Silver Flower's true appearance, that faint special aura left an impression on Du Xiaofu. It was the faint fragrance of tea. Could it be that the old lady at the tea stall is Grandma Silver Flower? Du Xiaoqing finally understood. She did not detect any aura from the silver-haired old lady. Of course, Du Xiaoqing did not notice the silver-haired old lady at the tea stall. If she did not hear Du Xiaofu mention it, she would not have thought of the silver-haired old lady. It was no wonder that her brother bowed to the silver-haired old lady. Of course, that must be Grandma Silver Flower. She can escape from your prying eyes, but she can't escape from mine. Du Xiaoyao stuck her head out from under the veil on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. She moved her spiritual eyes and grinned, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. "If you had already discovered it, why didn't you say so?" Du Xiaoqing glared at Du Xiaoyao. She did not believe Du Xiaoyao's words at all. Du Xiaoyao smiled embarrassedly. She shot a glance at Du Xiaofu and said, "I was just about to tell you." Who knew that he had already discovered it? "Let's go. We should leave." Du Xiaofu smiled and strode away. Roar! Night had just fallen. Outside the dark city, a pitch-black giant tiger flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It gradually disappeared into the night. The central continent was a vast and boundless land. It was incomparably vast. Although the Dark Forest, Stone Dragon Empire, Tianhu Empire, and other empires were also considered to be part of the central region, they were only located in a small corner of the central region. For the people who were in a small area, they only knew that there were tens of thousands of countries and countless sects in the central region. There were also large sects and powerful clans that stood tall in a region, and they had graced the imperial power of the empire with their presence. The central region of the central region was the holy land of martial cultivators. It was a place where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. However, there were also many heroes and outstanding individuals. There were countless demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines roaming freely. There were rare and terrifying demonic spirits that looked down on the world. Each of them was peerless in their generation, and their names were known throughout the lands. From the Dark Forest to the central region of the central region, one would need to cross millions of mountains and a long river of the central region. Only then would one be considered to have arrived at the central region. In the millions of mountains, demonic beasts roamed freely. There were countless ferocious beasts. Many of them were extremely powerful. Even martial king experts would have to be careful if they wanted to cross. The long river of the central region was definitely not easy to cross. It was a paradise for demonic beasts in the water. It was said that there were even terrifying flood dragons in the river of the central region. Therefore, it was definitely not an easy task to cross from the Dark Forest to the central region. Every year, there would be many people who wanted to cross the mountains and rivers to the central region in search of opportunities and cultivation resources. However, it was rare for 1 in 100 to be able to reach the central region. The rest would become food for the demonic beasts in the millions of mountains and the long river of the central region. Even those who were able to reach the central region might not be able to obtain everything they wanted. The central region was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. It was extremely difficult to obtain an opportunity in a place where outstanding individuals were born. The water surface stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was boundless and calm. Occasionally, one could see some demonic beasts flapping their wings and flying away. On the surface of the lake, there were also many large ships passing by. In a huge harbor, there were many buildings that were surrounded by mountains and rivers. Many ships were anchored in the harbor. These ships seemed to be different from the wooden ships that ordinary people used to cross the river. The bodies of the ships were made of steel and engraved with runes. There were energy fluctuations, and they were almost comparable to spiritual artifacts. Some of the huge ships had majestic auras. They were definitely not any less precious than ordinary spiritual artifacts. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the surface of the water. Chapter 554. In the distance, 2 figures walked out. One of them was a young man in a purple robe with a little golden macaque on his shoulder and a little black cat behind him. Beside him was a young girl in a green dress who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were clear and pure, and she had a smile on her face. She said excitedly, "Those guys are too weak. They actually dared to rob us. It's a pity that they didn't have enough good stuff. It's not bad. Anyway, they came to us for free." As the little golden macaque spoke, it chewed on pills and elixirs. There was a faint glow in its mouth, as if it was going to spit them out. It was Du Xiaoyao. Beside her were Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. The little black cat on her back was also the little tiger. However, if anyone really treated it as a little black cat, they would definitely die a horrible death. Along the way, Du Xiaoyao took the opportunity to eat a lot of pills and elixirs. They were all sent to them by some blind robbers in the Million Mountains. They couldn't stop them. Looking at the endless water in front of them, Du Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. With Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao's cultivation, it was naturally easy for them to cross the Million Mountains. Sensing the little tiger's aura, all the beasts in the Million Mountains avoided them. They didn't dare to disturb them at all. Only some blind robbers would come over from time to time. However, in the end, they were all taught a lesson by Du Xiaoqing. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Is this the Zhong Province Long River? Looking at the vast and boundless surface of the water, Du Xiaofu was also shocked. How was this a river? It was more like a sea. There was no end in sight. When they left the Chaos Demon City, they found out about the route to the Zhong Province from the Medicine King and Eagle King. Naturally, they also knew about the existence of the Zhong Province Long River. It was said that the Central Province's Long River meandered continuously and surrounded the border of the Central Province. It was incomparably vast and gave birth to many demonic beasts in the water. Some of the most powerful demonic beasts in the water were so powerful that even Martial King realm experts had to retreat. If one wanted to cross the Central Province Long River peacefully, it would depend on whether the demonic beasts in the water were in a good mood. Big brother, there are quite a lot of people in front. Du Xiaoqing looked at the harbor. At this moment, there were many people walking around, especially at the plaza in front of the harbor. It was crowded and noisy. There are quite a lot of people. Du Xiaofu nodded. From the hubbub, it seemed that many people were waiting to discuss about some unforeseen event. Even more people were waiting to go out to sea, but there were no boat. It's already been 3 days since the ship left the harbor. When will it set sail? Don't tell me that we'll never leave the river just because a few boats have died? Let's set sail. Let's set sail earlier. Who knows, we might be able to encounter some opportunities. There must be something fishy going on. Du Xiaofu brought Du Xiaoqing to the plaza of the harbor. After listening for a while from the noisy discussions around them, they roughly understood the situation. It turned out that 3 days ago, a few boats had been destroyed and buried at the bottom of the river. Recently, something had happened in front of them. The demonic beasts in the water had gathered. Many demonic beasts that usually didn't show their faces had appeared. Many of the people who had gone out to explore also couldn't escape their fate and were all killed. Once one entered the vast water surface and encountered the powerful demonic beasts in the water, there wouldn't even be a place to hide. In the vast Central Province Long River, Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators who could fly didn't dare to cross the river alone. Not to mention that they couldn't deal with the terrifying demonic beasts in the water. If they encountered the bandits hiding on the small islands along the way, their fate could be imagined. Even those who had flying demonic beasts didn't dare to cross the river casually. If they encountered the bandits and the demonic beasts in the water, their fate would be the same. Moreover, in this world, the strong were respected. If one was alone on the vast water surface, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't encounter the bandits who would kill and rob them of their treasures. Therefore, those who wanted to cross the river to the Central Province would usually meet at the harbor and then take the escort agency's boats together. Every boat would be guarded by the experts of the escort agency, so the journey was much safer. Of course, the cost of this was also a huge sum of money, equivalent to several spiritual-grade pills. However, after many boats were robbed 3 days ago and the experts who accompanied them died, several escort agencies that controlled the harbor didn't dare to casually send boats out again. The value of a boat wasn't low, especially when experts were required to accompany them every time they went out to sea. No escort agency could bear the loss of experts. After 3 consecutive days of not sending boats out, many people gathered at the harbor and rushed to go out. There were also many people who wanted to go out and explore. The demonic beasts wouldn't gather for no reason. Some treasures might appear, so some people wanted to go out and look for opportunities. Quick, the Long River Escort Agency is about to set off. The head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Lord of the Waves, will personally lead an expedition team with a total of 150 people to explore the river. Only those of the Pulse Spirit Realm can sign up. After returning from the expedition, those who want to go out to sea don't need to pay Xian stones. If they encounter treasures during the expedition, they can even share the benefit. Amidst the hubbub of the crowd, the news immediately spread and the entire harbor erupted. Only those of the Pulse Spirit Realm can participate. Can those of the Perfect Pulse Movement Realm join? Quickly sign up, this is a rare opportunity. The head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Lord of the Waves, will lead the team. The Lord of the Waves is at the peak of the Perfect Martial Lord Realm. Rumor has it that he already has 1 foot in the Martial King Realm. Following him will greatly reduce the danger. Immediately, the crowd in the bustling harbor square immediately surged towards the harbor. The expedition team can even cross the river for free and get a share of the benefit. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said to Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, let's go take a look." "All right, I don't think I've been on a boat before. I have to give it a try." Du Xiaoqing had long been interested and was immediately overjoyed when she heard this. In front of the harbor, there was a surging tide of people. In front of a huge gray ship that was like a small mountain, there was already a dense crowd of people who wanted to join the Long River Escort Agency's expedition team. Amidst the clamor, a soft shout could be faintly heard. "All of you, line up properly. Those who cut in line, don't bother. Those of the Pulse Spirit Realm, don't come and cause trouble. Those of the Pulse Spirit Realm, do you not understand human language? Those of the Pulse Spirit Realm, scram." One by one, the Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators surged into the gray ship. Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing stood in line in the crowd, attracting many curious gazes. There were quite a number of perverted gazes on Du Xiaoqing's body. However, they did not dare to do anything rashly. A young man and a young lady. This pair of young man and young woman dared to appear beside the Central Region's Long River. This caused the people who were wandering around to have no choice but to be on guard. If they were ordinary people, how could they walk out of the Million Mountains? Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the crowd, listening to the discussions around him. From this, he learned that there were at least 10 escort agencies on the harbor. However, it was said that the Long River Escort Agency was the most powerful of all the escort agencies. It was said that the head of the Long River Escort Agency, the Tumbling Waves Marquis, was familiar with some of the bandits and demonic beasts along the 8,000 miles of the Central Province's Long River. Therefore, when they encountered the Long River Escort Agency's ship, some of the bandits and demonic beasts would show some respect, making it safer. However, the cost of riding the Long River Escort Agency's ship was higher than other escort agencies. However, this made the business of the Long River Escort Agency even more prosperous. For the sake of their lives, no one cared about increasing the price. 148, 149, 150. Okay, there's enough people. The people behind don't need to line up anymore. One by one, the Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators boarded the gray ship. When they arrived in front of Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaofu, 150 people had already been taken. This caused the people behind to sigh in regret. Wait. At this moment, 2 people from the crowd at the back of the line came forward. They looked at the burly man from the Changhe Escort Agency, who was in his 30s and wearing a gray headscarf, and said, "We're still short of 2 people." The 2 people who walked up were fat and looked to be in their 30s. They were burly and fat, had fierce faces, and both had short hair. One of them wore a string of sharp beast teeth around his neck. They jingled as he walked, adding to his ferocious aura. The other person was dressed in tight clothes, revealing his thigh-like arms. A string of beast bone pearls hung from his bulging biceps. The beast bone pearls gave off the aura of a vicious beast. They were probably ferocious beasts that had been hunted recently. 150 people are already taken. We're not missing anyone. The man in the gray headscarf looked at the two people. He seemed to have sensed that the auras on the two people were not ordinary. He frowned slightly. Not yet. We're still missing two people. The man with the string of beast bone pearls on his arm pointed at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing, who were about to board the ship. He said to the man from the Long River Escort Agency, "These two kids changed their minds at the last minute. They're not going, so we're still missing two people. Besides, don't you want people at the Pulse Spirit Realm? Have these two kids reached the Pulse Spirit Realm as well?" The man from the Long River Escort Agency frowned slightly. He then glanced at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing. It seemed that he really could not sense their auras. His eyes moved slightly, and he said to Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing, "I forgot to ask you. Have you reached the Pulse Spirit Realm?" Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing had already stood to the side when they saw that someone was pointing at them. They were in no hurry to board the ship. Du Xiaofu nodded at the man from the Long River Escort Agency and said, "Of course we've reached the Pulse Spirit Realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to board the ship." The man from the Long River Escort Agency's eyes moved when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. He continued to ask, "Have you changed your mind?" "No, we won't change our mind," Du Xiaofu said indifferently. "Looking for fresh flowers and recommendations. Thank you, my readers." Chapter 555. It's the Self-Abandonment Brothers. That young man is unlucky. The Self-Abandonment Brothers are experts at the initial stage of the Martial Lord realm. The Self-Abandonment Brothers have always been in the Million Mountains and have no intention of going to the Central Region. Could it be that they want to go to the Central Region this time? Definitely not. Although the Self-Abandonment Brothers are at the Martial Lord realm, they are nothing in the Central Region. Instead, they are the overlords of the Million Mountains. Naturally, they won't go to the Central Region so easily. I'm afraid they just want to explore. Discussions stealthily spread from the densely packed crowd on the pier. Those observers who were a little closer to the two ferocious large men also directly stepped back a little. It was as though they were afraid of offending these two ferocious large men. "Brat, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't want to die, then scram." The big man with a string of sharp beast teeth on his neck coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. The threat was not expressed in words. Just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. "If you don't know what's good for you, then just kill him." The big man with the beast bone bead on his arm stared at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was filled with mockery and a fiendish aura. Just as the second big man finished speaking, there was suddenly a slight fluctuation in the air. Then, no one in the spectators could see clearly that a graceful figure had already appeared in front of the two fiendish men. "Pa." At the same time, a clear sound rang out. The bodies of the two brothers who had given up on themselves were instantly sent flying. Then, they directly smashed onto the huge rocks on the pier behind them, causing the ground to tremble and the huge rocks to crack. Pucci, when the surrounding spectators came back to their senses, they saw that the two brothers who had given up on themselves were spitting out blood along with their teeth. Their faces were as pale as ash, and there was a red five-fingered handprint on each of their cheeks. It was obvious that they were sent flying with a slap. Numerous gazes instantly turned around and landed on the graceful figure, as if they had seen a ghost. It was the 15 or 16-year-old girl beside the purple-robed youth. It was this seemingly frail and pure young girl who had just sent the two brothers who had given up on themselves flying with just 2 slaps. They had just ascended to the Martial Marquis realm. Phew, there was a sudden silence around the dock, and the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Just how strong was that young girl to be able to send the two brothers who had given up on themselves flying with a slap? Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaoqing slowly walked out. On her devastatingly beautiful face, her eyes were pure and clear. Looking at the two brothers who had given up on themselves, she softly said, "This is a robbery. Hand over your Qinkuan pouch. Run." The two brothers, who had given up on themselves, struggled to get up. They stared blankly at the girl in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. They immediately fled. They had been in the Million Mountains for so long, and when they saw that the situation was bad, they immediately fled. This was definitely the law of survival. Humph! Du Shaoqing let out a lovely snort. Her beautiful figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Her delicate hand clenched into a fist, and a green glow erupted. A circle of faintly discernible traces immediately appeared in the air, after which, her fist landed on the backs of the two brothers. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, destroying their defenses as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In an instant, the two brothers seemed to have sensed something. Their fleeing bodies slightly paused, and their expressions drastically changed as their pupils shrank. Bang bang! However, it was already too late. A low and deep muffled sound rang out from their backs, and their tall and sturdy bodies fell limply onto the ground. Fresh blood continuously spurted from their mouths as their life force dissipated. Gulp gulp! The gazes in the surroundings turned sluggish as they looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. Several Qiankuan pouches landed in Du Shaoqing's hands. Scarlet flames wrapped around the Qiankuan pouches, and wisps of white smoke spread out, easily destroying the seals on the Qiankuan pouches. She happily returned to Du Xiaofu's side, a smile appearing in her ethereal eyes as she said, "Big brother, those two fellows have quite a few good things in their Qiankuan pouches. Little Qing, are there any spiritual medicines?" Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Shaoqing with a face full of expectation. In reality, she had already sensed the aura of spiritual medicines. Yes. Du Shaoqing directly grabbed a handful of spiritual medicines and gave them to Du Xiaoyao. Compared to Du Xiaofu, she was much more generous. Du Xiaoyao grinned. She immediately stuffed the spiritual medicines into her mouth and chewed under the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding people. Multicolored lights spurted out and energy fluctuated. "Can we board the ship now?" Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man from the Long River Escort Agency, who was already in a daze, and asked. "Of course the two of you can board the ship. Please take a seat on the third floor." As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, a hearty voice sounded from the large gray ship behind them. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The large gray ship was huge, and there were a total of 3 floors. On the third deck, there were over 20 pairs of eyes looking down. The one who spoke was a burly man who looked to be in his 40s. His long black hair was tied with a long gray scarf. His body was sturdy and his gaze was deep. The peak of the complete martial marquis realm. Spying on the burly man's looming aura, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He nodded slightly and directly boarded the ship with Du Shaoqing. "Raise the anchor. Let's set off." As Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing boarded the ship, the large gray ship immediately sailed out of the harbor with a rumble. Boom! The runes around the ship flickered, and the ship was extremely fast. The ship seemed to be covered by a layer of faintly discernible light shield, and the surrounding water rippled with huge waves. That man and woman must be extraordinary. The two brothers who gave up on themselves couldn't even withstand a single blow. I wonder where the two of them came from. Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing walked up to the third floor of the giant ship. Half of the third floor of the giant ship was the deck, and the other half was the room. At this moment, there were over 20 people on the deck. All of them had identical long gray scarves on their hair, and there were also several women dressed in long robes. From their attire, it was not difficult to tell that they should be members of the Long River Escort Agency. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the people on the deck. Under the probing of his sharp mental energy, it was not difficult to discover the cultivation level of these 20 people. 8 of them were at the martial lord stage, and the remaining 13 were all experts at the pulse spirit stage. Such a lineup was definitely not weak. "Little brother, this should be your first time on a ship." As Du Xiaofu and Du Shaoqing walked up to the third floor, the middle-aged man immediately came up to greet them. He didn't have the slightest intention of being arrogant. His gaze was deep and he revealed a smile, and his laughter was hearty. However, his face seemed to be slightly yellow from being exposed to the wind and sun all year round, and it added a sense of solidity. "That's right, this is my first time on a ship." Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He had a good impression of this middle-aged man. "This is the fastest ship in my long river escort agency. Back then, I spent all my fortune on it. Its value is comparable to a high-grade spiritual weapon, and its speed is comparable to that of a flying demonic beast at the pulse spirit stage. At its fastest, it is comparable to that of a flying demonic beast at the pulse spirit stage, but it also consumes a lot of Xian stones. In fact, 8,000 miles of the long river of the Central Plains is far more than 8,000 miles. If the wind is calm and the waves are calm, it will take about a month to cross the Central Plains at the fastest speed. However, if we encounter a storm, we will have to find a place to hide, and the speed will be greatly affected," the middle-aged man said to Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaoyao on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and the little tiger behind her like a black kitten, his eyes faintly revealed a hint of curiosity. Then he said, "I am Zhou Tianyang, the head of the Long River Escort Agency. Many friends call me the Marquis of the Rising Waves. Little brother, how do I address this little sister?" "Du Xiaofu, my sister Du Xiaoqing." Du Xiaofu nodded and said softly, "Du Xiaofu." "The Marquis of the Rising Waves," Zhou Tianyang muttered to himself. He seemed to have heard this name before, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Then he didn't think too much about it. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, "Little brother and sister are young heroes. When we go on an adventure this time, we may need your help. Since we are on the same ship, I will do my best." Du Xiaofu looked at Zhou Tianyang and didn't stand on ceremony. He asked, "What happened up ahead?" Chapter 556. Zhou Tianyang did not seem to have anything to hide and said, "It is said that a huge whirlpool has appeared in front of us, with multicolored light spewing out. Many demonic beasts have gathered in the water, and some experts have already rushed over. But I don't know what exactly happened, so I plan to go and take a look with everyone. According to our speed, we should be able to reach our destination in 1 day and 1 night. After so many years, I have never seen such a change in the Long River. There must be a demon if something abnormal happens. Maybe some treasure will appear." "Is there really a treasure here?" Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. After chatting with Zhou Tianyang for a while, Zhou Tianyang arranged for him to rest in a single room on the 3rd floor. The water surface was vast. Although it was called a river, it was more like a sea. Even the air was filled with a salty smell. "It's really vast." Du Xiaofu stood on the deck of the giant gray ship as he muttered to himself as he gazed at the vast water surface. He also felt rather shocked. Du Xiaofu had seen millions of mountains and seas of forests, but this boundless expanse of water, under the sunset glow, was incomparably magnificent, like the line between the sea and the sky, making people feel insignificant for no reason. This kind of shocking feeling was different. "Little brother, we're already very far from the edge. There are quite a few powerful monsters in this region of water. There are quite a few of them at the Beast Marquis realm, so be careful." Zhou Tianyang arrived beside Du Xiaofu and smiled. "Do demonic beasts in the water often attack humans?" Du Xiaofu asked curiously. "Of course. The pills and flesh we have are great nourishment for the demonic beast." Zhou Tianyang smiled with pride on his face. He said to Du Xiaofu, however, "I have some friendship with many of the demonic beasts in the water. I usually do some transactions with them. I help them sell many of the natural treasures and spiritual medicines in the water. I also help them buy some of the elixirs they need. Therefore, when they see my Long River Escort Agency's ship, they will give me some face." "I see." Du Xiaofu understood. No wonder the Long River Escort Agency was able to grow so big. It seemed that this Zhou Tianyang was also an extraordinary person despite his burly appearance. The giant ship moved like a small mountain, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Its speed was extremely fast, and many huge waves could not shake the ship. As suddenly, Zhou Tianyang's expression changed slightly. His deep eyes looked at the water surface under the sunset glow, and his eyes were filled with doubt. "First Master, what's wrong?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Something is wrong with the waves." Zhou Tianyang seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he shouted loudly, "Everyone, be careful! There are demonic beasts attacking the ship." Rumble. As Zhou Tianyang's voice fell, the giant ship suddenly trembled. Then, it began to shake violently, rumbling and trembling. It was almost overturned. Monstrous waves swept down from all directions, like a torrential storm. "What's happening? What's going on?" Inside the giant ship, hundreds of people walked to the deck in shock. They looked at the huge waves in front of them, their eyes filled with shock. Deng deng! Du Xiaofu's figure staggered and the giant ship swayed. In a moment of carelessness, he also took a few steps back. Then, profound energy surged, and his feet stood on the deck without moving, like a rock. Roar! The huge waves rolled, and under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a black dorsal fin was slowly emerging from the water. Its area was getting bigger and bigger, like a small mountain. There was no doubt that it had just crashed into the ship. The huge waves surged, and then an incomparably huge demon shark appeared on the surface of the water. Runes flashed, and the surrounding waves surged. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. It's an ironback demon shark, at the peak of the pulse spirit realm. Ironback demon sharks are pack beasts, and they never appear alone. Zhou Tianyang's expression changed drastically. After fighting on the water surface for so many years, according to his experience, ironback demon sharks never appeared alone. Once they appeared, dozens or even hundreds of them would appear. Roar, roar! Suddenly, huge waves appeared on the surrounding water, one after another. The waves surged violently, and hundreds of hill-like dorsal fins emerged from the water surface. Then, astonishingly huge ironback demon sharks appeared one after another, densely covering the entire water area. Crash! Hundreds of ironback demon sharks stirred up huge waves, and waves of shocking aura spread out in all directions, causing people to tremble in fear. The giant ship was directly blocked outside. "Brother!" Du Xiaoqing appeared beside Du Xiaofu. Looking at the densely packed ironback demon sharks in front of them, she didn't pay too much attention to them, and only looked at them curiously. Du Xiaoyao jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder, looked at Du Xiaofu, and said with a serious expression, "I feel an energy fluctuation in front of us. It should be the birth of something. It's not close, so I can't feel it clearly now. I need to get closer to feel it. Could it be that another treasure has appeared?" Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Du Xiaoyao's feeling naturally couldn't be fake. "Iron Shark Marquis, I'm Zhou Tianyang of the Long River Escort Agency. I have a good relationship with the Ice Whale Marquis. Can you let our ship pass? We'll definitely come visit in the future." Zhou Tianyang looked at the densely packed ironback demon sharks in front of him, and his voice rumbled out. "Zhou Tianyang, you don't need to use the Ice Whale Marquis to pressure me. This is the order of the mysterious WRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King. From today onwards, the Long River is sealed, and no humans are allowed to enter." Behind the densely packed ironback demon sharks, there was a huge wave, followed by a shocking voice that sounded like thunder. "The Long River isn't you guys. Sealing the Long River is too much." Hearing this, Zhou Tianyang's expression changed greatly. "Humph, if you're not convinced, go talk to the mysterious WRM King and the others. But I'm afraid they don't have time to deal with you right now. For the sake of the Ice Whale Marquis, leave quickly and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." The thunderous voice resounded. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyang's expression became more and more solemn. Chief, what should we do? Many experts of the Long River Escort Agency clustered around Zhou Tianyang, and their expressions were equally solemn. Chief, is it very troublesome? Du Xiaofu asked. Zhou Tianyang looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Little brother, I'm afraid we can't go over. The mysterious WYRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King have sealed off the long river of the central province. I'm afraid something must have happened inside to alarm the four of them at the same time. But now we can only go back, and we can't force our way in. The mysterious WYRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King. Are the four of them very strong? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Du Xiaoyao felt that something had appeared ahead, and it might be some treasure. Naturally, they had to go and take a look. Although he knew that Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing were not ordinary and had extraordinary strength, and the two brothers who gave up on themselves were examples, he seemed to feel that Du Xiaofu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He curled his lips and said, Little brother, the mysterious WRM King, the Flame Carp King, the Stone Turtle King, and the Ice Python King are the four kings of this river. They are all in the Beast King realm, and they control this 8,000 miles long river. The strongest, the mysterious WRM King, has the body of the Xianyun Scarlet WRM, which is at the peak of the Beast King realm. Even the experts of the central province have to be wary of it. The Xianyun Scarlet WRM at the peak of the Beast King realm. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The Xianyun Scarlet WRM was a demonic beast on the Heavenly Beast ranking, and the Xianyun Scarlet WRM at the peak of the Beast King realm. Even an ordinary martial emperor who had just ascended to the martial emperor realm would have to retreat. It was indeed very strong. Little brother, it seems that we can't interfere with the changes ahead. If it wasn't for the Iron Shark Marquis being a little afraid of me, I'm afraid he wouldn't have let us go. Therefore we should go back. Protecting our lives is the most important thing. Zhou Tianyang smiled bitterly at Du Xiaofu and said, They want to seal the river, but I'm afraid they won't seal it forever. When the time comes and we want to cross the river, we'll think of a way. First Master, you guys go back first. I'll go ahead and take a look. Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed iron-backed demonic sharks in front, but he wasn't too worried. Du Xiaofu had already passed through the Chaos Demon Cliff, so he naturally wouldn't be too worried about these iron-backed demonic sharks. Even if there was a Xianyun Scarlet WRM at the peak of the Beast King realm, with his current strength, it wasn't like he didn't have the ability to fight back. Moreover, there was also Du Xiaoqing. Today I owe my readers an update. Xiao Yu has asked for leave to go out and have a meal with friends. I'll make it up tomorrow. Apologies. Chapter 557. Little brother, the four demonic beast kings in the central province Long River have given the order to seal off the waters. The four kings are commanding the tens of thousands of demonic beasts in the central province Long River. There are many demonic beast kings, and it is not easy to barge in. Zhou Tianyang said to Du Xiaofu seriously, This is not a joke. We came here together, so I naturally have to be responsible for your safety. You should come back with us. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His impression of Zhou Tianyang increased even more. Although Zhou Tianyang's intelligence was extraordinary, he was honest and considerate. In a place like this, it was extremely rare. Du Xiaofu then said, Don't worry, First Master. Those demonic beast kings are not easy to deal with. However, I still have some confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu gazed at the dense expanse of iron-backed demon sharks before him, and his voice swept out along with his profound energy. He said, Iron-backed demon sharks ahead, listen up. The Central Prefecture's Long River isn't a place that all of you demon beasts naturally belong to. Quickly move aside, otherwise I won't hold back. his voice rumbled through the waters. "Puny humans, you are looking for death." The Iron Shark Marquis voice suddenly sounded. Boom! In the next moment, waves surged into the sky. A vast amount of energy rose from the waters like a tsunami. It engulfed the huge ship and caused it to shake violently. Waves of water slammed onto the light shield of the huge ship. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to swallow the ship whole. Roar! The beasts roared. Hundreds of iron-backed demonic sharks roared like thunder. Half of their huge bodies were exposed on the water surface. It was as if hundreds of them were moving in the water. They charged towards the huge gray ship. It was shocking. Dang dang, the huge ship shook. It wasn't the people who were staggering. They all had a look of fear on their faces. What is that brat trying to do? He actually angered the iron-backed demonic sharks. Does he want us to die with him? Even if that brat wants to die, he shouldn't drag us down with him. This is bad luck. This is a group of iron-backed demonic sharks. Curses rang out. Many people on the ship hated Du Xiaofu. It was obvious that the brat angered the iron-backed demonic sharks. Brat, are you purposely trying to drag us down? Our Long River Escort Agency did not let you down. The man who felt that Du Xiaofu was not afraid of the demonic sharks. Now the iron-backed demonic sharks. The consequences of angering the iron-backed demonic sharks were the unthinkable. They were in the Central Province Long River of Central Province. There was the Central Province Long River. There was the Central was Long River in the Central Province Do that. In Central Do In was in the Central Long River. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he smiled faintly and ignored the burly man. Then, he looked at the group of iron-backed demon sharks that were about to collide with him and stir up huge waves. On his resolute and determined face, his clear eyes gradually turned sharp as he opened his mouth and said softly, "Little tiger, tell those iron-backed demon sharks to behave themselves." Roar! As Du Xiaofu's voice rang out, a soul-shaking tiger roar immediately resounded over this region of water. Under the tiger's roar, the densely packed group of iron-backed demonic sharks that were rampaging around paused for a moment. On the huge ship, fear gushed out from the bodies of everyone, causing their profound chi to be blocked. After which, everyone followed the ferocious tiger roar and looked over, only to see that the little black cat, which had been following behind Du Xiaofu, suddenly soared into the sky. After which, it transformed into a huge black flying tiger in mid-air, flapping its wings and circling in the air. Walala! This huge black tiger's body was as black as ink. The black runes around its body soared into the sky. The tiger's roar stirred up spatial ripples that soared into the sky. The water below churned and churned, causing the space to rumble. It caused people's hearts to tremble and their souls to tremble for no reason. Heavens, what kind of demonic beast is this? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone could tell that the pressure from this huge black tiger was many times more terrifying than those iron-backed demonic sharks. Its cultivation was also powerful. The huge tiger flapped its wings, causing a terrifying wave of air to sweep out. It brought along a tornado-like spatial airflow as it swept across the sky. It was incomparably overbearing. Could it be a top demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking? Looking at the huge black tiger, the Marquis of Churning Waves, Zhou Tianyang's eyes trembled. When that pressure descended, even he, who was at the peak of the perfect martial Marquis stage, would tremble. The pressure from the huge black tiger's body had definitely reached the level of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking. It was not something that an ordinary demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking could compare to. Roar! The little tiger opened its mouth and roared ferociously. It flapped its wings, causing the water below to undulate. Its speed was as fast as lightning and its aura was indescribably ferocious. It swooped down like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey like a black thunderbolt. The tiger's claws were suffused with golden and overbearing runes that flickered, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. accompanied by an overbearing and ferocious wave of air that swept out. The tiger's claws were extremely overbearing. It directly struck the back of the iron-backed demonic shark that was closest to it at this moment. Chi-la-la! That ferocious and huge iron-backed demonic shark was actually unable to resist the tiger's claws at all. It was directly grabbed by the huge black tiger, and its huge body floated out of the water. Then, it directly tore the iron-backed demonic shark into pieces. Blood dyed a large area of the water red. A terrifying aura swept out, causing the surrounding space to tremble and on the verge of collapse. Chi-la-la! Then, another iron-backed demonic shark was grabbed out of the water by the huge black tiger's wings. After that, it similarly turned into a bloody mist and was torn into pieces without any resistance. Roar, roar! A group of iron-backed demonic sharks roared. At this moment, under the suppression of the shocking bloodline pressure from the little tiger, they were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. The pressure that came from the bloodline of a demonic beast naturally had a suppressive effect on them. You dare to kill my iron-backed demonic shark clan? Which tiger clan are you from? The roar was like thunder. A huge iron-backed demonic shark that was emitting a faint green radiance appeared in the sky. This was the king of the iron-backed demonic shark clan, the Iron Shark Marquis. His huge body was hundreds of feet long. Bringing along waves that covered the sky, he directly pounced towards the little tiger like a monster in the sea. The aura of a beast king at the Nirvana realm collapsed. Get lost! The little tiger's roar was heard. Its ink-black scales seemed to be cast from the deep night sky. The deep golden color was faintly jumping. Its tiger claws created clouds in the sky. A mountain collapsing and earth-shattering power spread out. Bright ink-black runes were emitted. It was as oppressive as a mountain and directly crushed the huge green iron-backed demonic shark. Bang! The muffled sound was like thunder. The waves surged into the sky. It was as if countless depth bombs had exploded. The energy collapsed in all directions. Chi-la! Then, everyone saw the huge body of the terrifying Iron Shark Marquis flying away. His back was dripping with blood and dyed the water red. His eyes were filled with fear. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Iron Shark Marquis was afraid. His fierce eyes looked at the little tiger with deep fear. His huge body was dripping with blood. Then, he did not care about the injuries on his body and immediately escaped through the water. Roar, roar! The island-like iron-backed demonic sharks sank into the water and disappeared. The huge waves surged. Their bodies disappeared into the water without leaving a trace. The little tiger flapped its wings and circled in the air. It was like a tiger watching its prey. Its aura surged, causing people to tremble in fear. However, seeing the iron-backed demonic sharks sink into the water, the little tiger did not chase after them. Its ferocious aura swept out and suppressed the sky. What kind of tiger demonic beast is this? What a terrifying demonic beast! It can affect one's meridian spirit. No one can fight against it. What is the background of this man and woman? They actually have such a terrifying tiger demonic beast following them. At this moment, all the gazes on the gray ship were filled with shock. They looked at the huge black tiger in front of them. It was like a supreme existence of the tiger clan, causing the meridian spirit in their bodies to tremble. Only now did everyone know that the little black cat that had been following behind the purple-robed youth had reached such a terrifying level. First Master, we'll meet again. Du Xiaofu cupped his hands and smiled at the shocked Marquis of Rising Waves, Zhou Tianyang. Profound energy surged under his feet. He gently tapped the deck and his figure flew out. He was like a god as he streaked across the sky like an afterimage. Then, he landed on the back of the huge black tiger. Big brother, wait for me. Du Xiaoqing's green dress fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars. She was like a budding lotus flower, elegant and pure. Her beautiful figure leaped into the air and landed on the little tiger's back. Roar! the giant black tiger flapped its wings and flew away. In an instant it disappeared from everyone's sight in the twilight of the night. Du Xiaofu. I remember now. He must be from Tianwu Academy. He must be the leader of the Heaven Alliance who annihilated the Black Fiend sect and the Twin Hatred sect, the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire, and Du Xiaofu who defeated the human king of the Sky Serpent sect, Lu Kuan. Looking at the sky, the Marquis of Rising Waves, Zhou Tianyang's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock. He finally remembered the familiar name Du Xiaofu. That young man must be the leader of the Heaven Alliance, Du Xiaofu. So, he's Du Xiaofu from the Dark Forest. Many experts in the Long River Escort Agency were shocked when they heard this. The name Du Xiaofu had long been known everywhere. They had heard many legends about him. The burly man, who had originally thought that Du Xiaofu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, gasped at that moment. He only returned to his senses after quite a while. It was rumored that the leader of the World Alliance, Du Xiaofu, was already able to stand up to martial kings and kill martial kings like they were nothing. Naturally, he did not take the demonic beasts in the Central Plains River very seriously. First Master, what should we do now? An expert from the escort agency asked Zhou Tianyang. I'm trying to catch up on my chapters. I drank too much with my friends last night, so I only got up this afternoon. I'm trying my best to write. Please forgive me. Chapter 558. Zhou Tianyang looked at the dark waters and said, Let's go back. The mysterious Dragon King and the other 3 Beast Kings are in front. I think the few experts on the island will go there too. There might be other experts from the Central Plains who have heard the news. We probably won't even be able to enter the middle. Even if there are treasures, we won't be able to participate in the fight. So, let's go back. If anyone wants to go in, just let them get off the boat. Hearing this, the expert from the escort agency nodded and left to make the arrangement. Under the night sky, the waters undulated and the salty air fluctuated. A full moon gradually climbed into the sky and shone on the boundless waters. The waves rippled like a dream. I can feel the energy fluctuation in front, but it's still a little far. In the night sky, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and flew past. Du Xiaoyao looked at the sky in front. It could feel the energy fluctuation in front of it. Above the vast waters, the surrounding space trembled. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and didn't disperse day and night. At this moment, even the moonlight under the night sky was swallowed by the dark clouds. Whoosh, above the waters, a huge whirlpool spun endlessly. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. The water spun as if there was a huge world inside the waters. As the whirlpool rotated, waves of energy spread out from it, causing even king-level experts to tremble in fear. Around the boundless waters in the night sky, many runes could be seen flickering. Many huge demonic beasts appeared on the surface of the water from afar. Waves of vast aura were faintly fluctuating. Roar in the night, pairs of huge scarlet eyes glowed with red light. Low beastly roars could be heard continuously. Faintly, some huge ships could be seen in the distance. The bodies of the ships rippled with light. Many figures stood on the deck. Many pairs of eyes flashed sharply in the night sky. Rumble, suddenly, a huge ship shook in the distance. Huge waves surged as if it was going to capsize the ship. Bastard, you're courting death. On the swaying ship, a loud shout could be heard. Then, many figures flew out. Waves of rune energy gathered and swept out, bombarding the water surface. Bang bang bang! Boundless energy covered the sky and covered the earth, illuminating the waters and causing them to flicker. Waves surged and surged, accompanied by the roars of many beasts. Rumble, following that, the entire region of water began to tremble violently. Numerous gigantic ships began to sway as if they were about to be overturned. Numerous gigantic demonic beasts emerged from the water and began to attack the ship. Miserable wails rang out as some people staggered and fell off the giant ship. The demonic beasts in the water rushed out of the water and bit down on their bodies. Some of them were directly swallowed into their mouth. Bastard! Loud shouts resounded through the night sky, and the sound waves were not inferior to the roars of the beasts. Then, large amounts of sword light, saber light, and energy rune light covered the sky, blocking out a large number of demonic beasts. The fight didn't last for long. After a large amount of blood dyed the water red, the demonic beasts disappeared, and the giant ship stabilized. The monstrous waves also began to calm down, and then everything gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. However, the inside of the huge whirlpool gradually turned red, as if it was a bloody hole. It was exceptionally bright and scarlet, and it made people tremble. At dawn the next day, above the vast waters, thick morning clouds covered the sky, forming a dark cloud belt that surrounded the entire surface of the water, causing the distance to be shrouded in darkness. After a moment, cracks appeared in the clouds, and streaks of rose-red silver light spread out, and the sky began to brighten. Walala, the huge whirlpool regained its clarity, and the scarlet blood had flowed to an unknown place. The energy fluctuations from the whirlpool became more and more intense, as if something was about to spit out. The energy fluctuations had reached a terrifying level, and at this moment, even a king-level expert wouldn't dare to approach. Above the whirlpool, dark clouds gathered, and it was dusky. Looking from afar, the dark clouds rolled and covered the sky, causing people to feel an inexplicable chill in their hearts. At this moment, the sky was slightly bright, and one could clearly see that above the vast water surface, there were roughly 10 groups, and among them, there were 2 large groups. One group was made up of demonic beasts, and the other group was made up of humans. The demonic beasts in the water occupied an area, and they were densely packed on the surface of the water. There were no less than 10,000 of them, and they occupied a large area of the water surface. There were 4 human figures standing on the backs of 4 huge demonic beasts in the water. Judging from the aura that spread out from their bodies, they were demonic beast experts. Those who could transform into humans were naturally at the Beast King level. There were also 7 giant ships anchored on the surface of the water. The ships were terrifyingly huge, and they weren't inferior to Zhou Tianyang's ship at all. There were many figures on each of the giant ships, and their auras were extremely powerful. On each of the giant ships, the leading figure's aura was even more powerful, and they were definitely at the king level. Whether it was the demonic beasts in the water or the people on the 7 giant ships, all of their gazes were focused on the huge and terrifying whirlpool. It was as if there was another world under the whirlpool. Suddenly, there were continuous roars of demonic beasts in the distance, and the demonic beasts were in an uproar. As if they had sensed something, their gazes immediately began to turn and look at the distant sky. Whoosh, in the distant sky, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and flew over. Its aura was ferocious, and as it flapped its wings, it suppressed the demonic beasts in the water and made them unable to move easily. It's just in front. There's a very special energy fluctuation, and it seems very ancient. On the back of the huge black tiger, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, and looked at the sky in front. Her pale golden spirit eyes were fluctuating, and that ancient aura made her solemn. Let's go over first. Be careful, there are many experts up ahead. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes, and with his sharp spiritual soul power, he discovered that there were many experts up ahead. Among them, there were no less than 10 king-level experts. The number of king-level experts in the entire Dark Forest could be counted with one's fingers, and the Stone Dragon Empire only had about 10 king-level experts. At this moment, there were already 10 king-level experts in this area, which made Du Xiaofu secretly exclaim. This was only the edge of the central continent. If they were in the real central continent, there would be no doubt that there would be more experts. Trespassing into the forbidden area, you're courting death. At this moment, a loud roar was heard, and a huge wave surged into the sky. A silver-white demonic beast that was covered in scales and had a pair of antennae on its head rushed out of the water. It was a demonic beast that looked like a flood dragon. Whoosh! This ferocious demonic beast's body was covered in runes, and its aura was ferocious. The demonic beast's aura spread out, and it opened its mouth, like a dragon rushing towards the little tiger. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared from the little tiger's back. Evil beast, you're courting death. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the little tiger. At this moment, the entire water area shook, and then Du Xiaofu's hand exploded with a green-gold light, and then a sword light swept out like a green-gold lightning. Whoosh! As soon as the sword radiance appeared, a green-gold brilliance burst out. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, almost drowning a large area of water. It was a simple sword, but at this time, it seemed to contain the power to move mountains and overturn seas, destroying everything. The sword radiance instantly spread in front of the ferocious demonic beast with lightning speed. Roar! At this moment, the ferocious demonic beast seemed to have sensed something, and its scarlet eyes changed greatly. It wanted to quickly retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, the ferocious demonic beast's body was cut in half, starting from the head. Fresh blood splattered on the water area, and then turned into a bloody mist. In the vast water area, a long crack appeared on the water surface, and waves surged on both sides. It was a terrifying sight, and it took a long time for the water to return to normal. An absolutely powerful demonic beast at the demonic beast stage, which was at the complete beast stage, was killed in one move. It was a clean sweep. At this moment, everyone's eyes trembled. The Beast King realm experts standing on the huge demonic beast's back, as well as the Martial King realm experts on the giant ship, all looked at Du Xiaofu. Finally, their gazes fell on the green-gold longsword in Du Xiaofu's hand. The green-gold longsword looked ancient, but it was extremely agile. The curve of the blade was elegant, and the green-gold light shone brightly. Runes flowed around it, and it looked like it was made by nature. Everyone's intentions are the same, and this place does not belong to anyone. I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone dares to provoke me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Du Xiaofu held the tyrannical shadow in his hand as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. For the sake of peace and convenience later, the earlier move was absolutely necessary. In this world, there were people who sympathized with the weak, but no one would care about a weakling. Only absolute strength could prove everything. What an arrogant brat! That sword seems to be pretty good. I wonder where that brat is from. He looks very unfamiliar. I wonder if that brat has any background? As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, some of the gazes on the giant ship fluctuated indifferently. However, with Du Xiaofu's move, no one dared to approach. Even the 4 Beast Kings seemed to have some scruples at this time. They looked at Du Xiaofu from afar, and did not have any intention of attacking. Du Xiaofu returned to the little tiger's back. After intimidating everyone, he looked at the huge whirlpool in front of him. The energy fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. Something is about to come out. As Du Xiaofu made his move, Du Xiaoqing, who was already on Du Xiaoyao's shoulder, suddenly raised her pale golden eyes and stared at the terrifying whirlpool. Rumble! Just as little demon Du's words fell, the whirlpool began to intensify. Huge waves overflowed into the sky like thunder. The monstrous waves were like a vast ocean. The waves surged, and the waves swept in all directions. Chapter 559. Walala! Soon after, the entire whirlpool began to rise, causing the waves to soar into the sky like a waterfall. It was as if a terrifying object was being revealed from within the whirlpool, as waves of terrifying and ancient auras rippled in the sky. Within the monstrous waves, a huge silhouette began to appear. It stretched into the distance and covered a huge area. As the waves scattered, a huge object appeared from within the whirlpool, causing everyone to tremble in shock. Under the trembling gazes of the crowd, several huge mountain peaks appeared one after another, as if they had risen from the bottom of the water, appearing in an astonishing manner. The mountain peaks were tall, piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. They were lush green and emitted an ancient aura, as if they had come from a distant ancient space. Soon after, they appeared above this region of water. There must be treasures within the mountain peak. Let's seize the treasures. Numerous gazes were filled with excitement as they stared at the light on the mountain peak. Just as the large wave of water fell down like a waterfall, the large group of enormous demonic beasts on the water surface and the large group of human figures on the huge ship immediately rose into the air and pounced towards the numerous enormous mountain peaks that had appeared. Swoosh, 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 in an instant, waves of astonishing auras erupted as a large number of figures pounced forward. No one wanted to be the first to arrive. Roar, a strange silver fish with 4 wings appeared. Its body was not large, only a few dozen feet long. However, an astonishing dragon-like roar was emitted from its mouth. It opened its mouth and took the opportunity to swallow a pulse spirit stage practitioner, while its body flew towards the mountain peak at the same time. Roar. A demonic beast covered in scales, resembling a horse and a cow. Its huge body had a dorsal fin, but it also had 4 hooves. It charged towards several figures, wanting to prevent the humans from entering the mountain peak. Evil beast! A human expert shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, a blade of light swept out. It was incomparably swift and fierce. Runes spread out, and in a short period of time, a bloody scar appeared on the back of the huge demonic beast. Kill the humans! At the same time, many demonic beast experts in the surroundings soared into the sky, blocking the humans. The huge demonic beasts soared into the sky, immediately blocking many humans in the air. However, the human martial king experts had already reached the front at lightning speed. Kill these bastards! Being blocked by the demonic beasts, everyone was enraged. Saber chi, sword chi, and energy attacks swept out wave after wave. Roar! Those demonic beasts were not to be trifled with either. Their gigantic bodies blocked the attacks, and terrifying attacks swept out, blocking a large number of attacks and even counterattacking. Rumble, as the human powerhouses rushed out, the few giant ships that were left on the water were overturned by a large number of demonic beasts at the same time. With a rumbling sound, they sank to the bottom of the water. Be careful. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but ask Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger to be careful as they flew out as well. The group of demonic beasts seemed to have seen Du Xiaofu's attack. At this moment, none of the demonic beasts stopped Du Xiaofu. Little Tiger, follow me, Du Xiaoqing said to Little Tiger as she stood on Little Tiger's back. Roar! However, Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger were not so lucky. Instantly, many ferocious demonic beasts pounced on them, attacking Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger. Humph! Du Xiaoqing snorted. A green light seeped out from the void as Little Tiger flapped its wings. A large number of demonic beasts that were pouncing on them directly exploded. Sizzle! Little Tiger flapped its wings and swung its tiger claws. A demonic beast in front of it was directly torn into pieces. In an instant, the demonic beasts that were pouncing on them felt a great pressure. They hurriedly crawled and trembled. They did not dare to resist at all. Many people around them were shocked and speechless. Several towering mountains were located in this mountain range. The aura they exuded was ancient, as if it came from ancient times. More than 10 king stage experts had already appeared on the mountain range. Their eyes were looking around. Their spiritual souls were probing, trying to find treasures. Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared not far away. With his sharp spiritual soul, he discovered that several energy fluctuations were coming from the mountains. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu also noticed that there seemed to be an extremely unstable aura fluctuation in this mountain range. Brother Du Xiaoqing stepped on Little Tiger's back and followed behind Du Xiaofu. She looked around curiously. Swoosh, swoosh, more than 10 king stage experts seemed to have felt the energy fluctuations from the mountains. They immediately rushed towards the mountains. At this moment, no one paid attention to Du Xiaofu and the others. Du Xiaofu, this place doesn't look good. It looks like a charm array, but it also looks like a special seal from ancient times. It's not an ordinary thing. Even I can't see through it. Suddenly, Du Xiaoqing, who was on Du Xiaoyao's shoulder, seemed to have felt something. She looked at the dark clouds above the mountains that had yet to dissipate. Her eyes suddenly changed. She said, Du Xiaofu, little green, stupid tiger, let's run. Something is going to happen here. Rumble. Just as Du Xiaoyao's voice fell, the space in this mountain range suddenly trembled. The entire space froze. The surrounding space was like a fried dough twist. The space ripples began to twist together. Not good. There's a change. The dozens of king stage experts seemed to have also noticed the change. Their faces changed drastically, and they all retreated with all their might. But at this moment the entire space seemed to have frozen. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp. The more they tried, the deeper they sank. In this space, it was as if there was a whirlpool on the ground. It wanted to suck people to the ground. It was difficult to break free. It would even cause people to lose their bearings and shake in this space. Rumble! The water that had just calmed down shook violently again. The dark clouds rolled, and a huge whirlpool appeared in the water again. The waves were monstrous, and the aura was overwhelming. It was as if it wanted to swallow everything. Roar! At this moment, some of the demonic beasts and humans who were fighting to enter the mountain range were suddenly pulled by the terrifying suction force from the whirlpool. They couldn't help but be swallowed into the terrifying whirlpool and disappear. Run! Seeing this, the demonic beasts and humans who were fighting didn't dare to stay. They quickly retreated. But in a short period of time, a large number of demonic beasts and human experts who were slower to escape were swallowed. Du Xiaoyao, is there any way to escape? Du Xiaofu was deep in the space whirlpool. He immediately asked Du Xiaoyao, who was getting farther and farther away. At this moment the sky was dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, and space was distorted. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. They were being sucked down. Once they were sucked down, it would be even harder to escape. This is not an ordinary sealed space. Even I can't do anything now. We're in big trouble, Du Xiaoyao said loudly. Her faint golden spirit eyes became extremely serious. In an ordinary space, seals and talisman arrays wouldn't be able to trap her. But it was different in this space. She felt an ancient energy binding her, making it impossible for her to escape. This is troublesome. I can't just fall in directly. Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. He originally wanted to look for an opportunity, but he didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Rumble! In the terrifying whirlpool, several huge mountains fell again. The speed of falling was much faster than the speed of rising. In an instant they had sunk into the whirlpool. Everyone was trapped in it, and it was impossible for them to escape. Swish! Just as all the huge mountains finally sank into the whirlpool, the terrifying spatial pulling force finally disappeared. Get out quickly! In an instant, the terrifying force that bound everyone disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed. They immediately rushed up to the sky, wanting to escape the mountain and the whirlpool. Little green, little tiger, get out quickly! Feeling the surrounding spatial force disappear, Du Xiaofu immediately rushed up. Brat, you can stay here forever. A cold sneer was heard, and a man who seemed to be in his 30s appeared in the sky above Du Xiaofu. He was handsome, and there was a faint glow on his forehead. He waved his hand and shot out a handprint. Rumble! As this handprint landed, a terrifying force surged and expanded, bringing with it a vast expanse of white fog that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It's the aura of the mysterious cloud Scarlet Dragon. It's the mysterious Dragon King. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and fanned the energy of the clouds that were pressing down on him. With a sweep of his hand, the mysterious patterns of the talisman overlapped like a cattail leaf fan and instantly collided with each other. Swish, the two energies collided and runes spread. Under the tremendous force, Du Xiaofu let out a muffled groan from his throat. His figure directly fell down. The mysterious Dragon King's cultivation was at the peak of the complete Beast King realm. It was absolutely powerful. Du Xiaofu was at a disadvantage. Swish, in a short delay, the whirlpool above had begun to merge. The mysterious Dragon King and the others had already taken the opportunity to escape. In the space, the strange spatial binding force began to surge again, distorting the space and sealing everything. "Brother, you go out first," Du Xiaoqing shouted. She felt the space around her was distorted again and the surrounding binding force permeated. Green light burst out and mysterious runes flickered. Suddenly, a gentle force erupted and swept over Du Xiaofu. It shook Du Xiaofu's falling body into the air and pushed him to the whirlpool exit that was about to close. The space was distorted again, and the binding force collapsed and fell heavily on Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger who had not yet escaped. Chapter 560. Roar! Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger rushed out with all their might. Their runes soared into the sky, but they sank deeper and deeper, unable to escape. Little Green, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger! Du Xiaofu shouted as he looked at the bound Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger in the terrifying whirlpool. His expression was serious, and he wanted to rush in directly. Rumble, at this moment the whirlpool completely closed and disappeared. A majestic spatial repelling force swept out from beside the hole, pushing Du Xiaofu's body out involuntarily, separating him from the merged whirlpool. Walala! The terrifying whirlpool, along with the huge mountain, sank to the bottom of the water and disappeared. Everything had just appeared on this part of the water not long ago, but it disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also began to disperse. The sky was bright and the sun rose from the east. The surging waves in the surroundings also gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. That was close. What was that place? Looking at the huge whirlpool and the mountain peak that had disappeared, the dozen or so king-level cultivators who had barely escaped still felt a lingering fear. They had almost been trapped in the whirlpool. The terrifying binding power of the space was something they could not break free from. Little Green, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger! Above the gradually calming water, Du Xiaofu's figure floated low in the air. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger were trapped, but they did not manage to escape at the last moment. Without thinking much, their bodies were wrapped in a faint golden light, and their bodies directly rushed into the water. The water was bottomless. 100 meters below, there were reefs and colorful corals. After a few hundred meters, the water was still boundless. It was extremely calm, and there were no discoveries. Strangely, after the huge mountain sank into the water, it seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Walala! A moment later, Du Xiaofu's figure emerged from the water. The faint golden light around him was withdrawn, and his face was solemn. He did not know where that strange place had come from. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger were trapped in there, and he did not know if they would be in danger. Even Du Xiaoyao could not do anything about that space. It was definitely not a good place. If it were not for them helping him, Du Xiaoqing would not have been trapped. If they were in danger, thinking up to there, Du Xiaofu immediately raised his eyes slightly. He stared at the man who had attacked him earlier, and his face began to turn gloomy. Coldness spread out around him, and his gaze gradually became sharpened. If it were not for the mysterious WYRM King's help. His face became colder and coldness spread out, his gaze gradually, and his gaze became sharpened. If it were not for the king to help him, everyone would have been able to safely escape, would have been able to escape, were to be able to escape, the king's his. As if he felt the sharpening gaze in Du Xiaofu's eyes, the king of the mysterious WRM also looked at Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was actually able to escape from his attack, he was rather surprised. A cold smile appeared on his handsome face as the king of the mysterious WRM coldly stared at Du Xiaofu from afar. He opened his mouth and said in an indifferent voice, "Kid, I never thought that you would be able to escape. This is truly a surprise to me. However, you will still die today. You will pay with your life for killing my subordinate, the python loach beast." Looks like the king of the mysterious WRM is going to attack that kid. There will be a show to watch. That kid should have some background. The sword in his hand at the beginning is definitely an extraordinary Dao artifact. At that moment, several martial king experts in the surroundings were watching from afar. The whirlpool in the water had disappeared, and everyone had returned empty-handed this time. Seeing that the king of the mysterious WRM was going to attack the kid that appeared later, they were all interested and started to watch. At that moment, in the hearts of these people, they were probably just watching to see if there was any chance. The sword in the hands of the purple-robed youth was definitely an extraordinary Dao artifact. For a martial royal realm cultivator, a Dao artifact was a treasure that was hard to come by, let alone a martial king realm cultivator. An extraordinary Dao artifact was enough to make a martial king realm cultivator's blood boil. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many people around and they all had scruples, there would probably be people who couldn't help but attack. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything as he stared at the king of the mysterious WRM in the sky. Within his sharp eyes, a golden light flickered. It was getting sharper and more frightening as a chill spread out. King of the mysterious WRM, this puny human actually wants to die. Then let's kill him. A slender man in white clothes with an icy aura rippled out. As his voice faded, he actually attacked Du Xiaofu before the king of the mysterious WRM. His figure flashed towards Du Xiaofu. Splash, as the white-clothed large man attacked, an icy aura spread out and sealed the surface of the water, causing the surface of the water to freeze. His figure also instantly appeared a short distance in front of Du Xiaofu. A fist that was wrapped in an icy aura directly smashed towards Du Xiaofu. "You're not enough." Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with a chill. He shook his arm and punched out. Within his fist, an azure and red light shone brightly. The azure and red talisman runes exploded. In the end, accompanied by the roar of a WYRM, it condensed into an illusory shadow of a scarlet cloud WYRM. Aolo! The illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WYRM was like a living creature. Its aura intimidated tens of thousands of beasts. It roared and rushed out. Wherever it passed, the frozen water surface cracked and shattered. It was not afraid of the man's icy fist at all. How can it be the scarlet cloud WRM? At this moment, the white-clothed man's expression changed. The aura of the illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WRM had absolutely affected him. He immediately transformed into his original form in a panic. A huge white python that was hundreds of feet long leaped up, releasing a terrifying icy aura. He was the Ice Python King, one of the 4 kings in the Long River. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the Beast King realm, and he had always followed the king of the mysterious WRM. Boom! The illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WRM hit the Ice Python King in a flash. After all, the illusory shadow of the scarlet cloud WRM was not the real scarlet cloud WRM. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had not reached the level where he could do anything to the Ice Python King. Therefore, the Ice Python King's icy aura resisted the attack. However, the terrifying impact and the aura of the scarlet cloud forced the Ice Python King's huge body to retreat. A large amount of energy, accompanied by frost, spread across the sky. Humph! A cold snort was heard. In a short moment, as the large amount of energy and frost spread, Du Xiaofu's figure did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and leaped above the Ice Python King like a flash of lightning. With a wave of his hand, dazzling runes spread out. Du Xiaofu's terrifying punch was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Then, it hit the back of the huge Ice Python King. Boom! Du Xiaofu's punch carried the vast and domineering golden Xian energy in his body. The simple and fierce punch destroyed the Ice Python King's hard ice scales, causing the Ice Python King to hiss in pain. Blood spurted out from the broken scales on the Ice Python King's back where the punch landed. Its body violently flipped and fell into the water with a swing of its tail, leaving a lot of blood on the water surface. Huff! Many onlookers in the distance gasped. Putting aside the Ice Python King's strength, the Ice Python King's body was extremely tough. Yet, the purple-robed young man was able to smash the Ice Python King into a bloody mess with just one punch. How terrifying was his strength! Looking at Du Xiaofu's attack, many Martial King realm cultivators who originally wanted to take advantage of the situation immediately had ugly expressions. Based on the strength displayed by the purple-robed youth, it was fortunate that they did not try to snatch the Dao treasure sword. Their defensive power could not be compared to the Ice Python King's. Brat, I won't let you go. Half of the Ice Python King's body surfaced on the water surface. The water around it was frozen. It roared in pain and was filled with anger. It never thought that it would be severely injured by the youth in front of it. Ice Python King, you are no match for him. Let me do it. A deep and cold voice was heard. A cloud of mist surged and runes flashed. A burly man in a green robe suddenly appeared in the sky. The mysterious WRM King is going to attack. Someone said softly. It was the mysterious WRM King, the Xianyun Scarlet WRM on the Heavenly Beast list. WRMs were demonic beasts with the bloodline of dragons. If they had the opportunity to awaken the bloodline left behind by the dragons in their bodies, they would have a great chance of transforming into a WRM into a dragon in the future. However, it was difficult for 1 in 10,000 WRMs to have the opportunity to transform into a dragon. The mysterious WRM King looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, his aura began to become fierce. He said indifferently, Brat, I can feel the aura of my Xianyun Scarlet WRM clan on your body. It seems that you have dealt with my Xianyun Scarlet WRM clan before. Today, no matter what, I will not let you go. Evil creature, do you think I will let you go? A cold voice came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. It was this mysterious WRM King that made Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger say that they were not out of danger. How could Du Xiaofu let this go? He must make this Xianyun Scarlet WRM pay the price. Brat, you're courting death. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the Xianyun Scarlet WRM King was enraged. He immediately attacked in anger. Runes spread around his body, and a large area of space was shrouded in clouds. As the air rumbled and trembled, a fist that was wrapped in runes appeared like thunder. Its aura set off a huge wave, causing the water to boil. Its aura was terrifying. At this moment, sensing the strength of the mysterious WRM King, the few Martial King experts and many people who had survived from afar all focused their gazes. The mysterious WRM King was at the peak of the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm. Even Martial King experts at the peak of the complete Martial King realm had to be cautious. Could that purple-robed young man withstand it? At this moment, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his gaze. The water under his feet fluctuated violently. Then, a loud shout came out from his mouth. It was like a dragon's roar, like a divine elephant's cry. Its aura was domineering and looked down on everything. Boom! A domineering aura swept out. In a short instant, the dazzling mysterious runes around Du Xiaofu's body released ripples. With the sound of wind and thunder like the sound of Sanskrit, they condensed into a fist imprint. Accompanied by an imperceptible trajectory and rune ripples, it was like a collision between two meteorites, fiercely colliding with the mysterious Dragon King's palm imprint. Chapter 561. Rumble. Such a collision instantly caused the space to distort. A huge roar resounded through the space like a sudden clap of thunder. Turbulent energy ripples spread out, causing the entire surrounding space to tremble rapidly. The water surface below was turbulent, creating huge waves. The tsunami-like ripples spread out in all directions. The terrifying energy spread out, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. It was as if a calamity had arrived. Deng deng. In midair, Du Xiaofu's body directly staggered back. After taking a dozen steps back and stabilizing his body, a muffled groan came from his throat. A faint trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His gaze also became extremely dignified. The Scarlet Cloud Dragon, which was at the peak of the Beast King realm, was too powerful. Du Xiaofu was still injured when he used a mysterious move. This Scarlet Cloud Jiao was much stronger than the Scarlet Cloud Jiao that Tianwu Academy had used to deal with Gu Yu. In comparison, Gu Yu's Scarlet Cloud Jiao could only be considered a cub. Is he really at the Martial Lord realm? Or is he hiding his cultivation? The mysterious Serpent King's body merely took a step back. There was some doubt in his eyes. His opponent seemed to only be at the Martial Marquis level, but he was actually able to resist his palm. This was absolutely inconceivable. That kid is quite capable. The Martial King realm cultivators who were watching the battle from afar had a change of expression. They knew the mysterious Dragon King's strength. It was terrifying enough for him to withstand a strike from the mysterious Dragon King. However, that young man only used his bare hands to withstand it. He was already so terrifying at such a young age. He was probably comparable to the talents of those big sections. Kid, you are quite capable. However, you are still going to die today. As his voice fell, the mysterious Dragon King attacked again. His figure pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The clouds around him rippled, and a terrifying rune energy storm instantly swept out like a hurricane. It brought along a shocking wave, as if a huge dragon had passed through the water surface. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as azure gold light erupted from his hand. Tyrannical shadow appeared in his hand, and azure gold light poured down as a sword ray shot out. The sound of wind and thunder resounded as it pierced towards the mysterious WRM King. The black WRM King's eyes were suffused with talisman markings as he gazed at the sword light, and then he waved his hand, causing talisman markings to interweave and block the terrifying sword light. Space rumbled as a large expanse of sword light was directly destroyed. The tyrant's shadow was shocking. Runes flashed about, and it was extremely domineering. Just as the sword light was destroyed, it appeared before the mysterious WRM King like a bolt of lightning. Brat, you're not enough. The mysterious Flood Dragon King roared, and a claw mark directly distorted space as it stretched out. It actually directly detained the tip of Tyrannical Shadow's sword. Dragon Claw. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce through the palm, the mysterious WRM King's claw imprint was covered in layers of WRM scales. The claw imprint transformed into a WRM's claw imprint that directly blocked the tip of Tyrannical Shadow's sword and firmly held onto Tyrannical Shadow. Kiki, this sword is not bad, but you're still a little too weak. The mysterious WRM King laughed proudly as a terrifying energy exploded from his claw. He wanted to snatch Tyrannical Shadow from Du Xiaofu's hand. At that moment, golden light suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. The golden light around him shot into the sky, and a domineering and ferocious aura suddenly swept out from his body. At that moment, the golden light was like a rising sun, and a pair of glittering talisman markings immediately stretched out. The golden light exploded and illuminated the sky. At the same time, the might of the tyrant's shadow skyrocketed. A peerlessly domineering energy shot out and caused the scales on the mysterious WYRM King's WYRM claw to crack, causing blood to seep out from them. Is that brat a human or a demon beast? At that moment, a golden-winged rock's aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing all the demon beasts in the water to tremble, and even the souls of the people in the distance to tremble. In comparison, the mysterious WYRM King's eyes were filled with shock. Under that domineering and intimidating aura, he felt like he was being suppressed. The aura from the other party was clearly that of a peerless king amongst demon beasts, a supreme existence amongst demon beasts. It greatly affected him. However, the brat in front of him was clearly a human, and not a real demon beast. This brat definitely has a supreme treasure amongst demon beasts. This is a great opportunity for me. I must obtain it. Suddenly, greed surged out from the mysterious WRM King's eyes. The clouds around him rippled, and then energy rippled. The talisman markings on his body shot into the sky, and then turned into a colossal creature that was over 100 feet long. The colossal creature was red and green in color, and it overflowed with light. Talisman markings were faintly visible, and its scales covered it. It caused the surrounding air to surge like waves, and ripples spread out. Roar. The WRM's roar resounded through the sky. Its aura was like that of the king of all beasts. Under the roar, the surrounding demon beasts in the water trembled violently. It was the true body of the Scarlet Cloud WRM. Brat, prepare to die. The mysterious WRM King roared, and its colossal body directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. It opened its ferocious mouth, wanting to devour Du Xiaofu. Its aura caused the vast water to boil and huge waves surged. The terrifying aura stirred up huge waves, causing the water to boil. Crash! Crash! Along with the huge waves, the mysterious WRM King's ferocious mouth spewed out dark clouds. Mysterious talisman markings flickered, and its ferocious aura was overflowing, as if it could suppress everything. As a demon beast on the heavenly beast ranking, the Scarlet Cloud WRM was definitely not something that ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Any demon beast on the heavenly beast ranking was absolutely terrifying, and was comparable to an outstanding human existence. As the mysterious WRM King's true body appeared in the sky, Du Xiaofu was also continuously pushed back. Looking at the incoming WRM, the talisman markings on his back flapped, and a majestic light filled the air. He was like a rock spreading its wings, soaring through the 9 heavens. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu did not retreat, and instead advanced. Right under the mysterious WRM King's ferocious mouth, his figure drifted like a god, strange and unpredictable, and as fast as lightning. He instantly escaped, and then appeared above the Scarlet Cloud WRM. Rock descends to the 9 heavens, suppress. Du Xiaofu roared, and golden light bloomed from his body. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. It was like a rock had descended, and its wings swept across, overbearing and fierce, as if it was the sole ruler, suppressing everything. Golden-winged rock, the aura of a true golden-winged rock. Are you a human or a beast? At this moment, even the mysterious WRM King was shocked. The person before it was clearly a human, but the aura that came from the bloodline made the mysterious WRM King feel that the kid was a true golden-winged rock. It was truly too strange. Aolo Du Xiaofu suppressed, and the mysterious WRM King roared. Dark clouds surged around its body, and it was actually able to withstand the suppression of Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock. Rumble! The two of them collided like this, and it was like thunder in the sky. Light from talisman markings burst forth like gorgeous fireworks, causing the entire sky to be dazzling. The shocking waves of the water below surged violently, and they could topple mountains and overturn seas. All the beasts in the distance were shocked at this moment. The fact that the two of them could fight to such an extent was beyond the expectations of many. Soaring WRM. The mysterious WYRM king roared as they were in a stalemate in the air. Suddenly, a large amount of green-red light erupted from its huge body, and its aura skyrocketed. Its huge body flipped, and it shattered the golden light. The WRM's huge tail fiercely smashed onto Du Xiaofu's body with lightning speed. The shocking and terrifying power seemed to have the vast momentum of destroying the surrounding space. Vacuum after vacuum appeared, and Du Xiaofu's body was immediately sent flying. Pale golden blood spurted out from his mouth, and Du Xiaofu's body was violently smashed into the huge wave. YOLO, the mysterious WRM king roared, and its huge body instantly dove into the water. Like a dragon swimming in the sea, it opened its ferocious mouth, and wanted to devour Du Xiaofu in the water. The human and WYRM instantly disappeared from the water, and many people in the surroundings looked on in shock. Rumble, under the water, huge waves began to surge. It was as if the human and WYRM had clashed underwater again, causing huge waves to surge to the sky. A moment later, the waves surged and a golden figure soared into the sky, escaping rapidly. AOO! At the same time, in the water, the WYRM roared, and a WYRM soared into the sky like a flying dragon. It opened its ferocious mouth towards the golden figure, spitting out dark clouds to devour it. The mighty energy distorted the space, and the shocking pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble. Whoosh whoosh! In midair, the runic wings on the back of the golden figure were overbearing and fast. Its speed was like a god, mysterious and unpredictable. With a few dodges, it made it difficult for the WYRM to devour it. The WYRM soared across the sky, shuttling through the clouds with astonishing power. It was faintly accompanied by lightning and thunder as it chased after the golden figure. The golden figure flapped its wings, like a rock flapping its wings. It was erratic, but the situation was getting more and more urgent. Kid, you can't escape. The mysterious WRM king roared, opened its mouth, and spat out dark clouds. It once again appeared behind Du Xiaofu, and directly crushed him. Tyrannical shadow transformation. Du Xiaofu suddenly turned around, and the tyrannical shadow in his hand swept out. Dazzling runes bloomed, and the blade instantly transformed into layers of chain horns, like the golden feathers of a rock. Splendor poured out, and it instantly transformed into an azure gold sword whip. Whoosh whoosh! The sword whip was like a rock moving through the sky, agile and bewitching. It was dazzling, and it directly swept towards the mysterious WRM king from an unbelievable angle. The mysterious WRM king's eyes fluctuated at this moment, and he didn't dare to directly resist the overbearing sword whip. His huge body moved through the air, and he quickly swept away. Swish! The sword whip was strange and unpredictable, and it completely exceeded the mysterious WRM king's expectations. The agile and bewitching sword whip was like lightning, and it spun in midair, and then directly wrapped around the mysterious WRM king's scarlet cloud WRM body.